Hello, sharecropping outcropticians. My camera wire is bust, so I'm not on screen this morning, but I hope you're all doing very, very well. I'm here in 360-degree audio, or something like that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Spug Slug. Good morning, Ghost of Jujutsu Guy. Good morning, Joe Maxwell. I know, my pretty face. I know, it's awful, Joe, isn't it? I know. But it's okay because I've got a new one in the post and Amazon will deliver it probably by tonight, you know? Just it hasn't quite arrived yet. C'est la vie, say the old folks. If we can't see your beautiful face, it's just not the same, but we shall persevere. Thank you, Sasha. That helps my self-esteem no end. It really does. Thank you so much. Anyway, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? A bit different on the old stream. Wonder how it'll go with the no face. Here's GameStop. GameStop. It opened up with a gap and then dropped back down to fill in that gap. And now it's bounced around at $154.05. So the day's range on there, 152 as the low, 162 as L high. What's up? Wait a minute. My screen is supposed to have like the big ticker and stuff up here, and that's not there. Why is that not there? That should be there. So let's just see. I mean, if I might as well have all that working since I don't have the other stuff working. You know. Is it this one? Okay, did that make it work? That didn't make it work. Yeah, so I'm gonna get that working. I'm gonna get it working if it's the last thing I do. I know how to make it work. I've been in this situation before. Go to new tab and then make this thing the new tab. That worked. And then close the new tab. Boom, and we're back. How about that for a neat trick, hey? Okay, cool. Excellent. That's better. So you got the prices up now and everything. Fun times. Fun times. So, where's my chatter? I want my chatter back. Hi, friends! Yay! This is an outage. No, this is an outrage. Aha, yes, you're right. It is an outage that is leading to an outrage. I know. Nice to see you chatting to each other. Well, you could add a screenshot still of your face in some corner. Good idea. Good idea. I could add a screenshot of my face in a corner somehow. How do we do that? How do we do that? How do we do that? Yeah, I know how we do that. Hold on a second. Paint. There we go. So, you said to add, got a thicker line on the go here. So what do I look like roughly? I have two eyes. I got a big smile on my face. Aye. And shall I be wearing a shirt? I'll be wearing a shirt today. I'm not actually wearing a shirt. Got a round neck t-shirt on. But I'll make it like I'm wearing a shirt. Oh, that's not really like a shirt. I was saying round neck t-shirt, so then I turned it into some sort of polo neck t-shirt effort. Let me just get some sort of buttons on the go here. Now I look like some sort of chef. That's not right, is it? What the shirts have got like a little bit here. I know they got a bigger bit there. And now I just look foolish, like some sort of sea captain. That's better. That's better. Hey, and I've got a logo and everything. Not bad. Right, great, excellent. So there's our picture of me. Let me just get this somehow. How do you do this on Paint? I'm not a massive Paint expert, you know. Paint expert. If I do that, then I can go like crop, can I? Crop to there. Boom. Check it out. Let's say I could do this, make it even tighter. Crop. There we go. Now, the background's not so great, is it? If I give myself a neck, then I can have a background. Give myself a neck. Do I like necks? I don't know if I like necks. Nah, I don't like the neck. So we're just going to float like this. Great, excellent. So if I save that, thanks for being with me for the show. Of course, this is just me getting set up. You know, my face. Oh shit, I'm not bald. Hold on a second. I've got a couple of hairs. No, that doesn't really work either, does it? So I've got like a top knot. And it looks like that on my head. No, that doesn't work either. I'm such a rubbish artist. Look at that. I look like some sort of EJ. I can put a hat on. Yeah, I'll put a hat on like some sort of dork. Nah, I'll just leave it. There you go. Haha. Even better. These decisions, you know, they're so hard to make. So, face. Save. Great. Okay, so now I need to get rid of that. I needed the charts to give me good Christmas, not a dip, lolols. Indeed. Right, 3. There's a bit of progress. I'll just dive on over to some of our friends here. Markets have opened. I don't need to add myself to the screen quite this fast, right? What's this here? AMC 2784 dropped back down to the lower end of our blooming box again. Did it? Did she? Did she? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Okay, so this is back down testing in this area again. Seems to me like it did exactly what we said it would do. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? In a sense, we didn't really want this to happen, right? What we wanted to happen was to continue inside this channel. That's what we wanted to happen. And we decided that what we would do is use $31 as the area to manage our risk. So $31 was in about here. That's a bit high there. That's where $31 was. As excuse me. Excuse me. As we can see, $31 was well, I've lost it again. Yeah, in here. Zoom on in. You can see that there's $31. Then obviously that region was a nice little pivot in the charts as we push down through that. That's that $30 price point as well, where we found the resistance thereafter. Then we pushed on down the way. So bringing the drawings back on. There's your analysis. Now it didn't happen in terms of bouncing from right here at like 27.68. The lows come in at 26.77. I mean, you know, I think we kind of scheduled this out fair enough as things have gone. We've now since then actually done what? Well, looking at this, we've had a nice bounce so far. So we've laid this out, you know, in its entirety. We came down past the 618, didn't bounce through the pocket. You know, we pushed a little bit further and went on to the 786. Okay, so we probably described some sort of nuances of this detail in here. If we didn't, then I think the blue box is probably self-explanatory on that front. Drink some peppermint tea. Oh, that'd be good. I don't have any of that right now. I've got all this milk-laden stuff. One way or another, it's got some sort of what do you call it? What's that? What happens? What do they call it? What's the polite way of saying it? Catarrh forming or something like that. Whatever it is, you know, the polite way of saying that you get all choked up. Rui, look at that. We've got other people coming in and saying good morning. Good morning, Dan Ernst. Good morning, Banana Fruit. Good morning, Cachito. He hit the like button. He hit the like button. Did you hit the like button? He hit the like button. Did you hit it? I wonder. I love this emoji, by the way, with the cat in the box. I just think it's so great that emojis like that exist in the world. Like, you know, emojis like that exist in the world, and they're so much better than emojis like, you know, I don't know, sideways traffic light, or the plethora of random building crap. You know, you've got a cat in a box. That's just so great, having a cat in a box. 2 different types of snowmen. Oh, really important we have the 2. Why do we not have more variations of cats in boxes, huh? Why not? These are the questions, people. These are the questions we need answered. Anyway, yeah, good to see the rest of y'all. Good to see you, Sarah. Good morning. I'm always PO'd and craving pizza, says Brady Pearl. Maybe you're pregnant. The other Donald, I hit the like button. Thanks, Donald. I mean, thanks to the other Donald. Rotten corpse of odorous colon, good morning, colon, nam. Oh, I love the smell of a colon in the morning. Lol, twinsies, hey. CC's ghost, lol. The ghost of Danners, right back at you, banana fridge. Okay, great, excellent. Let's just pop me up on screen now. I think that it's probably time. It's time, isn't it? How do we do this? Let's do this together. Do you want to see how this works in YouTube land? Breaking all the walls today. Fourth wall breaking stuff here. Look at this, right? You can go where would it be? Image. A new face of mine. That's what I'm going to call this, because it is. I don't actually like this picture, if I'm perfectly honest, but it is what it is, you know. Browse. You know what? In case I've got some personal files and whatnot on the computer, I should probably, you know, not be super whatever. Such an idiot, haven't I? I'm such an idiot. Where do I get off? Where did I save that thing? Right, there we go. Aye, hello. Look at that handsome fella. I say that, but he looks like what's he called? The guy from EastEnders. There you've got me on screen now. You've got me on screen. You got me. You got me. You got me on screen. Right, so there's my face. How's your face doing? Yeah, you think that's an odd looking face? Well, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that happened. So we bounced off this top of this end of this liquidity box zone here. We now have the Ichimoku Cloud at the top of it. I think this speaks for itself in terms of, like, you know, when we talk about what we want to see happen in terms of this type of, you know, V, woo, that we have to accept that that is what we want to see happening. It might not actually be what happens. we were able to look into the flames, Jon Snow, and see that this is kind of what could have happened anyway with the prices, and you know, now that that has happened, I think it's probably fair to say that we could do with a little touch of kind of patience to see if that's gonna undo itself in a hurry or not. Wow, really went into detail on this one yesterday. Beautiful stuff. Now, I did explain yesterday that they'd come up there without divergence, and how that looked good, but also at the same time, you know, was clearly able to say that pushing outside of this zone down here would have been, you know, bad, and getting it in the $31, while it wasn't on a Fibonacci couple, I think it was a fairly decent number to say, like, if this breaks, we no longer want to be involved in it. So the process there for coming up with this is all in yesterday's video, and how we actually managed to establish these areas, allowing us to be bullish on this thing, whilst obviously acknowledging where things could go and still remain overall bullish. So since we said that this is how things could remain overall bullish, then it's probably fair to stick on a slightly higher time frame and see if that was the case or not. Not so much see if that was the case or not, but see if this is the I mean, we know that this is potentially where a low could come in at. So when I was saying not so much see that this is the case or not, it's like this is not necessarily a local low yet, so we can't say anything conclusively. But we can, because we're now up on the higher time frames. But we can at least, like, look at it and say what would be the case if it were to be a local low, and this could give you that kind of hidden bullish divergence. Does it? That's versus this low. What about this low over here? Yes, that's indeed right. Yeah, that is that. So looking at the lows on the way down before, you know, we had that convergence overall until we got to this point. Then we had bullish divergence. This was actually the last low. Now we're coming in here and it's got hidden bullish divergence. So if we do see this, if we do see this actually form a lower low on higher low, sorry, on price action, a higher low like this, i.e. this was our low, we've come up, we've then put in a higher low, and then we go up and put in a higher high, this comes with a good dose of hidden bullish divergence on there. You know, giving you the impression that this is really actually turned negative again. It's gone very sour, etc. It's worse than it was previously, all that extra strength, but actually not managing to achieve more than what was achieved in the past with the last low there on that. So that would be hidden bullish divergence. That's something to look out for. But like I say, that's the 30-minute time frame. So we've not gone a million miles away from the tiny time frames. This is the 5-minute time frame. As you can see here, you know, as you can see here, this has the potential to close lower in the next minute and 30 seconds. So we can leave this up for the next minute and 30 seconds and see if that comes in lower, just for the fun of it here. Bring the chat back up on screen. And let's see, where's the chitter chatter? Chitter chatter, chitter chatter, how are you doing? Where's the chitter chatter box? There. Yay. Oh, you're chatting. Oh, GME was chatting in there as well. Excellent stuff. Oh, Matthew P. Forrest, it's always good to see you, my friend. Yeah. Let me just scroll on up and see, because there's plenty chatting here. Hey, yeah. Right, roughly round about here. Ayo, ayo. Ayo. And let's just see here. Pizza in the morning, pizza in the afternoon, pizza at supper time. I love frickin' pizza. I eat it all the time. Hey, that's that song. Yay, I'm good. Just lock your fibs, just saying. Yeah, good tip. I ride. I go so I'm so wild with mine, haven't I? I'm so wild. A little bit ooh, a little bit a little bit dodgy when it comes to me drawing in those fibs, eh? Just so reckless. Like a fib in a china shop. How are we doing here? 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Splitting hairs on the 5-minute time frame as we talk about lower lows. Ding. Okay, so there, that's in. So we're you know, obviously even in terms of the lower term time frames, we're not at a local low yet. So that chat I had about the 30-minute, which is still a really small time frame, where you know it's not going to take long for us to get that in. Could have it kind of confirmed in an hour or two. It's going to be quicker than my Amazon HDMI cable delivery, which even at that I think is remarkably quick. So, you know, we can afford to be somewhat patient on this thing. But there we have it. Here's the kind of like the idea of the Rick and Morty lip type idea that played out there. Anyway, still, wait, I was catching up with chat. What was that? That's what I was supposed to be doing. 69 likes. All right, brilliant. Hope we're higher than that now. But that was a beautiful moment in time, wasn't it? Observe thyself. Do you know if the Trading View version of Harmonics are as reliable as measuring yourself? Okay. Great question, Sasha. So you're talking about, no doubt, the indicators, which are groovy because they indicate. No, you're talking about the indicators because they're groovy because they draw themselves on, and therefore are they as reliable? Well, Chris, who is in the chat here with us, is he here this morning? Chris isn't here. No, he's gone through a billion different indicators and is pretty confident that the one that the guys are using in the Discord is the good one, and that most of them are absolutely rubbish. So for the most part, the answer is no. You should be drawing them yourself. Even with the indicator that's pretty good at drawing them on, you should still be drawing them yourself, because like if you look at the we've had examples in the past where Corey and I were talking, for example, and other people too, but I kind of, you know, talk about Corey talking about it. When there was multiple harmonic patterns potential on one chart, now most of these patterns indicators are only going to show you the one, but up until you've actually got a D point in there, that's all they're able to calculate. You know, when we're looking at them in advance and measuring out in that trade identification zone that we were talking about during the course, then you are looking at it and it might have done something. I mean, you might be measuring this sort of thing out well within it. Price action's done, you know. Okay, you know, you want to be more accurate than what I've done in terms of this thing. So price action might just be around about this point here, and you're kind of measuring this thing out and saying, it could be this, Or, you know, maybe it's not that. Maybe if I actually measured it from this low, because this low looked like it was really important for a reason, then oh yeah, maybe it's not a harmonic or something. Maybe what if I measured it from this low, then instead of it being that type of harmonic, it's this type of harmonic, you know, because this low over here or whatever was maybe something like that happened, and you're like, okay, this was actually the low here, this was the one, this was actually the one, and that's the one to measure it from, possibly. So we've got that one, and that would have a play out like this. Or maybe it's not even that at all, you know, maybe an actual fact what's going on is this potential here where we have this harmonic, you know, and actually it would be taking us up to here. So it depends, you know, we could be going like that way, blah blah. Maybe, you know, we're at this point here and we've not broken past the C point of our harmonic yet, so we know that this is still on. So you know what I mean? So like, when it comes to measuring themselves, you're engaging with the charts in a way which is proactively looking at the reasons about why you could or couldn't take a trade in the future. When you're using that indicator, then it's drawing them in retrospectively and kind of choosing for you which particular one it might be, you know, and etc. So you need to kind of you need to be aware of these nuances as the prices are in here challenging at our box. Again, I wonder how they perform here if they go into this Netherland, this Netherlands down here or not. I wonder. Right, so that is of course the AMC TA right now here, looking at this one. So we come down at this point here, we'd be putting in another low, another bullishly divergent low. This is classic, right? This is how this goes. So this is a bullishly divergent low. Just if we actually get a bounce, pardon me, if we get a bounce at this point, do we fail and need to do this again? This would be classic sort of liquidity plays in this zone here. You know, you see people who are eagerly getting in at this point, and then, you know, buying more at that point, buying more wherever, and just with like little taps to the buys and sells by the sort of the by whomever it is that's kind of controlling the market, so to speak, you know. And I sometimes anthropomorphize the markets themselves into like a singular person without that, you know, there's no need for that. There's the nebulous cohort of our participants who are thinking similarly versus, you know, one individual. It really makes no difference. But, you know, with just little taps here and here, we're able to send the prices going up so that the rest of the markets are doing all the buying in between, you know. And that's kind of what you're always wanting. So here we could get another tap up the way. Does it come in with another tap down the way and then kick people up and then kick the prices up, etc., or does it indeed fail at that point, you know, or even just fail right now? I mean, this is us all speculating in terms of how things could go if we were to get a bounce here based off the back of something that we drew in, you know, months and months and months ago, or it feels like months ago. I don't know exactly when we drew this particular box in, a while back now, I suppose. We've had lots of different drawings on the charts actually, so this was maybe just last week that I drew this in again, who knows. Certainly before we came down here and did all that crap. Anyway, that's AMC, and that's taken up all of our time. So let's go on and let it just kind of play out for a wee while, since we've already talked about what could happen. Here's a GME again. GME, the place to be. So it's got the potential for hidden bullish divergence happening just here, but it's kind of like it's a bit weird on it. It's a bit weird on it. So we'll just kind of, you know, not actually put any stock in that. The Ichimoku Cloud's up on the charts, by the way, at the minute. You'll notice I left this on the charts yesterday after doing the TA. I left it on the charts yesterday because it's cool, you know, whatever, it's good enough, good indicator, doodah, famous, wonderful thing. And we can see that this is twice so far given us the resistance areas for us. So what we're essentially looking at is for this the conditions here of this to change, right? Let's just go back up the way and see the last time here, you know, this was still kind of, and it was during a bit of an upward movement. Nice flash fill on there. Hello. Nice flash fill over here as well. It got it got its 4 touches as well. One, back out of it again. You think it's over. Oh, it came back for no reason. other than the flash fill. Hello, ladies and gents. And then what to do here again? Another couple. Oh, so beautiful. This thing just keeps on giving, keeps on growing our technical analysis skills. Anyway, yeah, look, you know, we can obviously push up above it, come back down again. That would be the trend continuing. So let's see if we can get an area where we actually get, you know, we get up above, come back, do a retest like we did just here, for example, and then move on up the way, right? Let's see if we can get something like that. We came up, did kind of retested, but failed, you know, pushed down the way, kind of retested, failed, pushed down the way, came up, kind of retested, failed, pushed down the way. See what I'm saying here? Not going to make things super complicated for us. Let's just make things nice simple. Pushed up again, came down, failed. Wait, oh, did we? Came down, tried again. Oh, we had to do this flash, did we? Oh, we pushed up and down. This was during this kind of this movement recently, which looked like the prices could be resurgent from the last, you know, from that previous drop down. Then of course they ended up dropping down again. So yeah, let's just see then. This is where we are, and we're in here, and we're challenging at the cloud. We understand the implications of the cloud now in terms of if we were to try and do something like whereby we push up, come back afterwards, perhaps retest the cloud, and then get our move up the way. This is being fairly conservative about how things could work. I mean, obviously anything can happen at markets any time. So, you know, in theory, this could just go from where it is right now without stopping all the way up to $150 million per share without anything to say that it couldn't do that. You know, in theory. However, in reality, what we're going to do is kind of, you know, look at how things go normally, and we'd see if we could get a retest of this thing just to give us health along the way, giving us the opportunity to do something that would look somewhat like that, which would give the opportunity for the Ichimoku Cloud to do something like, you know, this sort of thing, so that the prices can do this sort of thing, so that we can do the same sort of crap as what we did on the way down here, but doing it towards the upward direction, right? Cool. So now we're up to speed with what we're looking for, the Ichimoku Cloud. Then we can see if it actually happens for us. How about that? Let's see if it actually happens for us. By the way, my name's Rocky Outcrop. If you're just joining me, I do not actually look like this guy, Grant Mitchell, down in the bottom left of the screen there. If you're from the UK, you'll know my Grant Mitchell reference. Did I get that name right? I think I did. Oh, look at that. Bing bong. The porridge is wrong. Thanks so much, KP. What's that? 11:19? It's a bit far away on my screen to read that, just a split second. I'll get over there and read that in a second. Check it out. There's porridge in my bowl. Please, sir, could I have some more? More? Sure. Why not? You like porridge? I'll get you some porridge. Right. Well, we took a minute or two to answer that question. I think that was a pretty good value question, that one, Sasha. Thanks for that. I too always crave pizza, says Apple Blossom, dropping the truth bombs in the chat. Blah, says Blaze Therolian Buck. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Nathan. Good to see you, my pal Brady Pearl. No. It's Katie and me that are both pissed off and craving pizza. We're both preggers, indeed. Matthew P. Forrest, greetings. Good to see you, my friend. It's always good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Oh, covering up the price action here with the chat. How rude. Look at your big fat asses covering up the chat, eh? You've only got yourselves to blame. If you're enjoying the show, by the way, let me know. I'm not on screen. I've got Grant Mitchell kind of filling in the bottom left for me. If you and hit the like button and do that thing where you share it on Twitter, you know, with the birds. Gerard Butler has really let himself go. Is that who it is? Is that who it is? Is that it? Is that our 300th man down there? Maybe Gerard Butler's let himself go. I wonder. He has a floating head. He does. He has no neck, but it's a maglev head. You see, we're not just some trundling train over here with the Grant Mitchell, Gerard Butler let himself go, filling in for Rocky Outcrop, camera broken man. We're a maglev of floating head destruction, right? So that's what's going on there. Hey. And Chippy says, lol. Good to see you, Chippy, my wee chip monkey Chippy pal. I saw a meme there. Somebody shared a meme with me, and it was a chap who was holding a little box of hazelnuts that seemed to have a cellophane cover on the top of them, and a chipmunk jumps up on top and tries to get in to eat the nuts but can't understand the cover on top of, and it makes him laugh and it makes me laugh and it's very funny. You've probably seen the GIF before. It was a whole lot of fun. Oh, gotta leave. It's a slug, man. But the screenshot HD 4K crop image is great. Thanks, man. Looks legit, says Chippy. Good. Manifest density. I destroyed the like button. Did you? I hope you did. Hope you nuclear bombed it. Looking good, Rocket. Crop squats are finally paying off. Well, yeah. I mean, just look at that maglev head. Another week survived. KP, another week survived. Don't speak too soon, you and your Australian time zone nonsense. This day's going on right now. Check it out. The markets have only been open for what? 50 minutes. You're saying another day survived? Another week survived? Whew, KP, you and your Australian time zones. But we're catching up, and I think you're right. We're looking like we're going to live through it. The life support systems are nominal. Actually, that picture looks like Darrow Brain. Oh, does it? Darrow Brain. So it does. Darrow Brain. So it does. Dara. Hey, Dara. Right. There's another an Irish comedian fella. He's got a couple of good jokes, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. Are the loading and delays on my end? Possibly. I've read the chat. I don't know what that's about. Yes, reload of browser solved it. Oh, good, thanks. Right, excellent. He's a part of the Oblong family. Make sure you track your monthly breakdown so you don't think you're losing your mind. That's not working for me. Sarah, it is today another dry shampoo day. Are you getting full blown shower mode? Check it out with the chat in there. Definitely dry, Chippy. Ah, rubbish. No Rocky, it's ladies' time. Oh, it's ladies' time, and we're doing fine. I like to rhyme. I actually don't know the lyrics to that song. Here we have the prices coming up here. Trying our cloud. It's all go at Battle Stations GameStop over here. Boom, 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 boom. Can we push above the cloud and retest? Boom, 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 boom. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to break above this bloody Ichimoku Cloud and start to form a trend towards the top side. You have got roughly 15 minutes to do this before you will experience downward price pressure. You better move fast. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum bum. Diddle diddle. Doo-doo, bum, 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 bum. Da-da. Right, okay, so this is the mission. Is it a mission impossible, though? Is it a mission impossible, though? My maglev head floating on top of my body would suggest that it's not a mission impossible, right? I'm looking optimistic about it. I don't know why you're not looking so optimistic about it. Get their smiles on, people. Get your smiles on. I'm not liking the lack of optimism from the lack of smiling people out there. I'm looking at your faces. That's not a smile. 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 In fact, observe thyself. I do believe that you've got a bit of a kind of cheeky smile on the go in your picture there, so maybe you're smiling, but out of everybody, the complete lack of smiling faces in these avatars. Even Ronaldo Moreno here, the big-hearted, lovely individual that he is got some looking too cool for school picture on the go. Sarah Steino, are you smiling cheekily behind that cup on that picture? You might be. I'm not too sure. I have a love-hate with Ichimoku. Yes, well, you know, is this bounce here your love hate? Is this where from your sad refrain comes? Is this the source of thy pain? Well, it could be, right? You know, but we've got it up here doing a job for us at the minute, right? So it's doing a jobby for us at the minute. Let's just see if it continues. Oh my goodness, that's right. Somebody did a donation. I forgot about it. And then somebody might have done another one or something. A noise happened there. Noise happened. Chris Warren made an order of 1 items. Patreon. Excellent. Great. Good stuff. Quality doodads. If that's you on the indicator tier, I'll look at that later. Just for folk who don't know, I actually give access to my indicator, which is the Rocky Outcrop Flash Indicator, best indicator that's ever been invented by anybody ever. For $100 a month, it's the flashes that you see on screen from time to time. You know, these wonderful things that get filled in with such amazing aplomb that, you know, it's almost no man's business where we get off with this one. It's so amazing. Anyway, you can get that for $100 per month. That's right. It's a rolling subscription jobby that happens through Patreon. So I appreciate people who do join up to that and who are also understand that it does take me to manually add and remove people. So if you have a little bit of patience with me when it comes to doing that, it's a bit of an admin task. So I'll get over and check that later today, though. Hopefully, thanks so much for the doodah. Where's this thing here? Something else just happened, did it? Nope, the noise went off again, but nothing else just happened. Corey, thanks so much. 420 TGIF, everybody. Rocket. Thanks for the rockets, pal. Yeah, TGIF, everyone. Thank goodness it's fredickety. KP92 sent 1119. Can you take a look at Raven today, please? Raven. Ah, crypto. Quoth the Raven. People are asking about adding Tezos since last night. Let's just look. Let's have a quick look at what happened with Tezos since last night. This is the 5-minute time frame. It's come back down again, however, right? 480 from didn't double, man. 450. Am I missing something here? This is the 5-minute time frame, just too close a view to see what it is that you're mentioning. Right. 4-hour time frame. No, the 4-hour time, not since last night, man. Nothing's really changed since last night in terms of that. I mean, yeah, we've had some movement, but you've blended 2 days. You blended 2 days together. Oh, okay. Yes. Well, you did what, Jimmy? You sold some as well during this move. You've traded that very well. Oh, previous. I bought some and sold some. You've bought and sold. You've been trading this thing, Jimmy. You're so cheeky. You trade things. How can you trade things? Wait, what are you doing? You trading? My goodness, Jimmy is so cheeky. He actually buys and sells. He actually sells as well. I know, right? Nobody else out there believes in the whole taking profits thing, but Jimmy's such a maverick. I don't know. We dropped him on his head as a child or something like that, and he's been acting strange ever since, taking profits on trades and actually making money. That's so strange. I keep telling him, Jimmy, the trick is to hold on to everything forever. It's the Warren Buffett method. Do you not know? You buy, wait, get old, you win. But he's determined to win quick, and he's doing a great job of it, I have to say. That whole thing was brought to you by humor.com. Check it out though. We did a flash and we filled in the flash and it was beautiful, and the reasons why we went up to fill in that flash need no explanation beyond the fact that there was a flash there, and we went in and we gosh darn well filled it in, and it was beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. It was absolutely sincerely roses are red, violets are blue. This flash was filled I love you style. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Back down to that golden pocket again with this almost scheduled out movements for us. That's good to see in terms of it being like measurable, right? The markets can remain irrational longer than you can remain doing trading without using technical analysis, is what that phrase should actually say. Markets tend to operate with a degree of rationality. There's ones that are totally irrational though, like this bad boy over here. Now, if you want to see markets behaving irrationally, you've got this company over here which is fundamentally sound, right? Fundamentals of this company. This is Evergrande. There's been a lot of misreporting going out here about this company, right? I'll just kind of explain this. I'll explain the misreporting of it using the watermark on the charts here, just real quick. Just get the watermark up here and make it nice and visible for folk, right? So this is Evergrande Group, right? And there's been some misunderstanding. I'll just see here, look, this is what people think it is. Evergrande Group, and they forget this simple component here. It's actually the China Evergrande Group. Do you see that word China in there? That's a good word, right? Now, if I were to give you an example, like you got this other one called Robinhood, right? Robinhood. Okay? Robinhood. Now, people think Robinhood is just Robinhood, but actually it's the USA Robinhood, right? There's USA Robinhood. So you remember back in January when they should have gone bust because they were supposed to have obeyed the rules. The SEC, that's the people who normally are supposed to be putting people in jail and enforcing rules. You know, Securities Exchange Commission. These guys, they've got that word commission in there, and in the States, commission means police officer of some form or another. So they've got this big C in their name, and they're supposed to be out there commissioning stuff, dude. But what they actually did was they were like, tell you what, Robinhood, we'll just change the rules for you. And this was in what we think is USA. Now, USA, we've got this scale over here, right? There's this scale that we like to use in fundamental analysis. It's called the corruption scale, right? Corruption scale. And it starts over here, and over on the left you actually put USA, right? This is the very low end of the scale, right? Then over here on the right you've got things like China. This is the very high end of the scale, okay? And if we go down, draw a line between it, so you've got a line over there and a line over here, so you've got this scale on the go. That is, of course, the corruption scale. You'll notice that Robinhood was a USA level corruption thing, and that's way down the left hand side of the corruption scale. You'll notice that China, Evergrande Group, is a China company. So you can see that China, as part of the name here, fundamentals of China Evergrande, right up there on the right hand side of the corruption scale. Lovely stuff. Okay, just a little bit of fundamentals for people. So it's a wee bit annoying when we've got this fundamentally sound company over here, China Evergrande Group. Fundamentally, it's a Chinese company, and all your base are belong to us, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that. And I know that was Japan, right? So this is not me being culturally insensitive. This is just me making jokes which have got very little relevance to anything out there actually to do with culture at all in any way, and having a laugh. Mostly actually a laugh about the US economy, which is actually making a joke there about corruption overall, and that's really what was going on. Anyway, right, sound. So this low, this extremely bullishly divergent low that we've had over all here at this point is kind of interesting. The news for us on this one is just, you know, pretty much mostly negative, but there's like stuff which is interesting. I've got I've got the wrong headlines up on my screen at the minute, so I'll just get rid of them again because they're not useful to me. Right, sound. So anyway, we've got that. This company here, right? It's yeah, anyway, I don't know. Up here, the director sells off 350. The guy that owns the most of the company sells off $350 million of his shares. Actually, it might have been his wife that was made to do it by the CCP. And it's partly like a shame thing, right? So they're shaming this dude. Do you realize that the guy that owns this company called Tesla, really rich dude out there, he's an American guy, he owns a company called Tesla, right? And when it goes up and down, it's massive and everything else. You know how much he owns of it? It's considered to be a lot, by the way, an awful lot. He owns 17% of that company called Tesla. He's a fella you might have heard of before called Elon Musk, right? Then you've got the dude which owns Evergrande, and it's not fair to say dude because it's him and his wifey, right? Do you know how much he owned before he sold $350 million of the shares? 77% of the company. That's right. Somewhat more than what old Elon owned of the company over there. 77% of a company that was, you know, billions and billions and billions of dollars in a country which is ostensibly communist. While the sector was causing, you know, potential systemic risk, having done a really good job up to that point, having done the DD method, you can call it, of stealing money from Americans, right? Where you get bonds with Americans, kind of overpromise, underdeliver, all that good stuff. It's lovely, it's beautiful. Anyway, these growth metrics, you know, it's all about growth. So there's a massive growth company there, and then of course it's collapsed in the way that after, you know, these growth companies tend to do. Anyway, the guy that owns that much sold some of it down there at the bottom. What did he do with it? He had to use that money to pay off bonds in the company. That was CCP made him do that. It also shamed him previously by making him sell his private planes, right? So it wasn't like it was like going to solve their $3 billion worth of debt. He made him sell his private planes. I mean, this is something which is like a made up thing, which I'm just like telling you because it's piss. This is what was news headlines, you know, confusing Chinese grammar, but news headlines. And it's also the sort of stuff that makes it into popular media. I mean, in that TV show Succession, they were trying to do a merger between their company, you know, ATN and all the rest of it, Waystar Royco, and some other news media outlet, And the people doing the negotiations had a stipulation where they had to give up the private jets, you know, like they had to give up the private jets. So China, in a country that's got all these green things, is like looking at its person saying, I'm a socialist country and all the rest of it. And yet there's this guy that owns 77% of a company which is massively over leveraged. He's becoming one of the most powerful people in China, and we made it happen for him. What are we going to do about it? Well, let's make his wife sell loads of the shares. Let's make him sell his private jets, you know? Let's make him reduce his stake in it. Like, it's all very Chinese, right? You know, when you think about it. Anyhow, like they sell off a chunk of they sell 350 million here. They sell a stake in their streaming service for 350 million. They sell some other thing. Companies you'd have never thought this development company would have owned, and put the money towards paying off their debts. And well, you know, they're also quite selective about which debts they're paying off and everything else, you know, in a real dick move stuff from them, which is good to see that they're not just, it is not good to see, it's bad to see because it affects the stock price negatively, but it's just all part of the same narrative of corruption. So I'm enjoying it, you know, I'm enjoying the China Evergrande thing. I got back in here at the low 170s and I'll be managing my risk if it drops down below 170, you know, sort of fairly simple. If it goes up, then great. Markets are closed for the weekend, hoping that we get some good positive news and just kind of, you know, rise up nicely on them. Where's the chat? The chat, is everybody happy if I'm actually, you know, not BS? That's bullshit, by the way. There's more than enough TA. That's later. Said that louder than quieter. It's funny. That's funny how your brain works sometimes. Right, noted. Observe thyself says. Yes, let me noted. F. Yeah, I see that. So we've got one F in the chat there. So somebody has senses that it might not be working at the minute. Let's just see. Is my stream still saying no data? Is it still saying no data? Excellent connection, it says there. Hey, you win some, you lose some. Best chat box ever. Tell me about it. Rotten corpse of odorous colon. Cannot find it on E-Trade. Found this EGRNF. Yeah, right. Look, I can't honestly say in good conscience to people, this is a company you must seriously invest in, yo. Because like this is sort of, so to speak, you know, got poor fundamentals. It looks like it's in critical condition. But in terms of technical analysis and in terms of being able to trade possible, not only that, it's actually possible to position yourself in such a way that you get one of the really good trades. And sometimes you get a trade like this, it makes your year, you know? This is the sort of thing that people talk about in terms of when they're professionally trading and all the rest of it. Occasionally you get trades that make your year and stuff. So if this did go great, then it goes great. Managing risk on it's easy. So there's a relatively low cost opportunity, and this is the type of mentality they need to have, the flexibility and agility they need to have to be able to be a trader. So I'm very publicly talking about this stock, which is very publicly going down the way, and very publicly being criticized for its fundamentals, in order to teach people about how you can have agility in markets and how you can think about things and make your own mind up and trade before they actually turn around. In El Worldo, let's go check out AHT. I got a couple of requests in there. I did forget about them, so I'll just unforget about them in a second here, if you don't mind. But I'll take a look at this stuff first just to see how we've been getting on. So we have pushed down a wee bit today again here, but it's just kind of, yeah, it's still waiting to do its thing. USDR, right? What was that? Back in the USDR, XTC USDT. Where was that flash at? I wanted to just kind of show you the flash here, you know, this whole phase in the market where we came up, pushed down, came up again, etc. So AHT is got this kind of sense to it, in a sense to it, in a way to it, sort of thing to it, where, you know, we pushed up, come back down, pushing up. This is the sort of, we've come back up towards where we had to be, but obviously we haven't done that right away. That's fine. What we're actually going to have to pay attention to is whether or not we're busting down past our lows, which we've not done so far, which is good to see. And if we do go down past that, then where's reasonable to look to? Oops. Yeah, my internet's bad. The chat's actually now sensing that. I was looking before and seeing no connection and stuff like that. So you're looking better now, says somebody. Obviously, then other people seeing that it's not so great. Yeah, back, off, on, off, on. Does it matter if we're looking at 3333 or EGRNF? Well, let's just go EGRNF. Bing. Yeah, I'm aware, by the way, out there, people, that the internet's not working perfectly and that it misses out some of my chat as a result. But unfortunately, it's impossible for me to know which ones are which. It's impossible for me to know. I mean, right now, for example, it would say to me that you can't hear me, but of course, there's no way for me to know you probably can actually hear me right now. So it's like that's another one of those examples. I'll switch my internet to my phone internet. Hopefully that it goes a bit better, but you know, I'm not gonna give myself any emotional stress about that. I've actually organized two separate companies who both think that I'm you know, right on the edge of joining up for their thingy and whatever, to come around and give me surveys for better internet and all that good stuff. So I'll be getting something organized definitely very soon, and it'll definitely be reliable, and both the companies are great and all that sort of stuff. So it's all gonna happen at some point. So I've done, you know, these things do take time, especially whenever you need to get them to do something like install a satellite or dig up the street or whatever. So you know, I'm doing that pretty good actually. So yeah, those sorts of metrics will get improved soon. I don't know if any of this is going out again, still a live chat, you know. It's hard for me to know, but I'm going to just switch over my internet to another internet doodad. Right. Okay, cool, excellent stuff. So I'm back, and hopefully you can see me and hear me. Well, and I say see me, it's this funny little floating maglev egghead down the bottom left. Hopefully this is working, right? If it isn't, then I don't know, because my internet is what I say it is. If it isn't, then it is what I say it is, because it is whatever I say it is. Man, I don't even know what the song is right. So yeah, this is Evergrande over there on the OTC thing, and you can see there's a degree more volatility. One of the impacts of this is the simple exchange rate aspect of things, right? $7.70 roughly, right? It's $7.70 per USD, right? So for one USD, you get 770 of the Hong Kong dollars. So over there on the EVGR blah 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 blah, every time it moves 1 cent in terms of its own price or whatever, then it's moving, you know, 0.0007 of a cent or whatever, right? Instead, that's what's actually, like that's it makes a different dynamic, right? Makes a different dynamic. If it's moving, well, I mean, if it moves, sorry, you know, whatever. If it moves 1 US cent, it moves 7 of the Hong Kong cents for it to move 1 US cent. You get the point that I'm trying to say there. So there's a forex element to this thing, right? Then there's also the time element to this thing. So you've got the fact that China markets operate from roughly, if the US markets close about 5 and China opens about 2, that's 5, 7. So roughly 7 hours difference in the opening times. So the Chinese market closes at 8 a.m. You know, UTC time, you know, for me. So that would be 3 a.m. in there. So these guys are open from whatever it is there. So 10 p.m. till 3 a.m. or something like that, whatever it is, right? Your time. So nowhere near the US trading hours. Like, it's kind of opposite side of the world kind of stuff, you know? Which obviously has a big impact on, you know, things like whenever the markets have moved one night to the next. So jumping up to 4-hour time frame, we can see that you get these artifacts on here. You get this artifacting. If this was a photograph, right, of the world, and you're looking at your lovely mountains and the sun rising up from behind the mountain and the clouds behind other mountains, And you're like, oh my goodness, this is such a lovely picture. This is such a lovely picture. But then suddenly this cloud came in front of the mountain and half behind it. And you could also see the sun in front of the mountain, but only half of it was shining. And you'd be like, there's some weird artifacting on this picture. That's what you would call it. That's the word from photography. Artifacting, where you get these weird artifacts showing up on your picture, which are not really correct. So anyway, so I was trying to use that word there to say you get this weird artifacting happening with regards to the prices here. See this green, oh, it's so green here. Oh, it's so green here. When in actual fact, you know, it ain't. It's just been going down, which is going to be very blinding to people unless you're, of course, trading this with, and if I were to change this over to the settings and change the candles, right? See how this is a thoroughly confusing picture with these green and red candles. See the confusion there in the background? That's very confusing, right? So if I take these candles here and just go ahead and ethnically cleanse them, that's a joke, by the way. A very bad joke. Maybe you're not allowed to make those jokes. I'm just making them all white, you know. It's awful. Then there you go. You got that. Makes a hell of a lot more sense, doesn't it? Right? It makes a hell of a lot more sense visually in terms of looking at it. You're less going to be confused by this thing. Now, what is this? This is an artifact of the time zone differential, isn't it? Right? Well, yeah, so you can see in terms of the response to that question, is it better to trade one or the other? Then, you know, this chart here could obviously be quite misleading in terms of every session here, every one of these sessions here, right? Every one of these sessions here is happening when the 3333 HKX Hong Kong China Evergrande stock is actually closed. It's not trading. It has not moved up or down a single penny at all during every single one of these trading sessions. Every single one of them, right? Not a single penny movement on the actual underlying at all. Okie doke. But, you know, theoretically, somebody like your man that had to sell off so many of his shares, and he did so during the night in China, you know, and then he's like, well, this is what's going to happen is tomorrow during the day, there's going to be a huge dump in the American over-the-counter stock. So what I can do is I can take my money and I can invest it into China Evergrande. I can also then buy over-the-counter the US version of the stock for myself. I'll not own it in China. And I can benefit from that interaction. Brilliant. So we can do, I can conduct a plan, and we can call it, let's steal all of America's money to use in China on the CCCP by essentially selling this guy's shame from the top of the company in order to rebalance the systemic risk amongst honor in our kind of society, right? That's their unfortunate problem. It's not my unfortunate problem. So anyway, if you're trading this thing, then you go down to the 3-minute time frame, you hit the auto button, and you're aware then, if given the dynamic that I've already pointed out, that all of this is bollocks, right? You know, in a sense that none of this is actually affecting the underlying stock in any way whatsoever, and it can't. And all of this is happening during trading days, right? All of that. That there will be a speculative value on this in the sense of like, oh, it's going down, so we'll start here and we'll try and end lower than the Chinese equivalent, you know, so that there's some sort of value to be had here. There's an element of that, but not a massive one, as investors tend to remain, you know, immobile and responsive and reactive, as opposed to proactive, with traders not really knowing what they're doing and actually everybody, lots of people who are actually, you know, thinking about this in that sense are just investors, and they don't really think about trading. And then you've got the real traders coming in here, and you get this nice barcoding effect essentially through every single trading period, where you can see that somebody's come in and he said to themselves, I can make money by just selling this thing and buying it every time it's gone away from the Chinese price, and I'll just buy and sell it as everyone comes in. It's like, why are you buying it down there, you idiot? Or why are you selling it down there? This is the Chinese markets are closed. Why are you buying it up there? The Chinese markets are closed. I've been here before. I know what's going to happen. Ding, 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 ding. Odd, not odd really that much though. I mean, this is movements during a market, the rest of it, you know. So when you see something where it's like, oh, there's a little bit of movement during the day, kind of like a trend almost, or something like that, right, whatever, eh? It's just not happening. So in terms of what you're better to do, it's like suit yourself, right? This one here, advantages, open when you are. Open for you. Woo! Ding. Open for you, ladies and gents. Yay. Easy to skim money with an M, whatever, mummy, from fools. Oh, that's handy. So that's what this is what this is for. So who do you think benefits from this mostly? Well, it's the people who are just making markets. It's just you know, it's just that's what it's there for. Now, of course, there are going to be people who like make money because they traded it from this point to this point. Absolutely, people who made money who traded it from this point to this point. Absolutely. During some of my forays into Evergrande, I've done this one once myself as well. But I just, you know, find that I just am more of a purist, if you like, when it comes to my technical analysis and trading, and I tend to trade on the actual thing, doing the actual thing itself, blah blah blah, and I'm a bit of a purist in that sense. Still use derivatives to do it, but I'm trading on the actual underlying that I'm trading on, and my market hours, etc., are aligned with the underlying themselves. So there's your answer. That was pretty damn comprehensive, which is cool because we like to do things well on this channel. Drop a like if you're tuning in for the first time. I don't look like my picture in the bottom left, if you're wondering. My neck does exist. But see this big old smile on the face? That's real too, though. That's the real part. That's the real part of that picture over there. Let me bring up your chit chat box again because I just miss you so much. If BlackRock is in, I'm in. Feels good, man, says Froglord. Oh, perfect comment. Damn the mainland, Sal. I hate the mainlanders getting all up in our faces. Welp, I go pack the car and head for the mainland again. Hope to see you critters in general later after sploshing. Best of luck today, traders. Cool, excellent, nice message there. Hope you get on all right in the mainland. And those frickin' pirates over there don't hassle you too much. The Ghost of Jiu-Jitsu, Apple Blossom, I don't disagree with you. That timing was just perfect. Well, I don't know what you're talking about there, but got a lol from her, so that's cool. Christy Callahan says, sign up to Rocky's school. Yes, do indeed. So what we'll do is we'll pin that message. What a legend that guy is. Rowan Corpse of Odorous Colon, I got in a fight with an old Scottish guy at a trade show once. You don't want to do that, no matter how old they are. Old Scottish men are wily. Watch out for that. What a dick. Well, that's good though. Your summary there is a Scottish-esque summary. So maybe you've discussed your interaction afterwards and came up with it and got your stories straight. Call me smooth, but yesterday I bought MSN at 94 and ENZC, if I could speak, at 097. Well, let's just go check out how smooth you are. MSN. Hose. So we're going to assume that you mean the Emerson Radio Corporation, right? Let's go with that because it's in America. Unlikely you bought hose over the, or you bought on the old hose. You might have bought on the old hose. Let me know. Wow, what a liquid piece of shit. This is what, 91. Is this what you were talking about? Let me see. MSN at 94, and that's 91. I want to call you smooth, unless you mean smooth as in like smooth brained. Is that what you mean? Maybe that's what you mean. I wonder. I thought you meant smooth as in like jazz corner. Welcome to the jazz corner. Let's check in with ENZC. ENZC at this price is now 94. What did you say you got it at? 97. Well, it's dropped a wee bit since. So, but hey, could there have been a reason for you to do this? Oh, like you're looking at this and thinking it's a bull flag. You can see how comfortable I am with my candles being back, being white again. Might leave them white for another wee while again. I don't know. Who knows? For people who are just tuning in and you're seeing my white candles on the go here, it's because we were talking about confusing stocks there with the OTC Evergrande American one, and just saying that sometimes having the white candles takes away some of that confusion. And also, this is something that I do from time to time. You can consider it to be like your training, your warrior training. There's this kind of aspect to the thing here. Yeah, I could use like straight lines if I wanted to, but that's for all cool kids. So what you saw here as being like a bull flag, perhaps, could have been that it was just resistance at the top end of an otherwise resistance zone, which is something that you want to be watching out for during bull flags, I guess. In terms of your positivity about this thing, well, it moved up past the 236 and whatever, it was consolidating, hit off the 50% Fibonacci level, dropped back down below the 382, failed at it again, fails at the 382. You'd expect for a retest of the 236, perhaps, if we just get continuation on that front. But we are, potentially taking on rocket fuel to actually push outside of that zone after all. So you're not necessarily too smooth-brained, pal. Overall, we've also got this other chat that we had before in terms of like you've got your cloud going down the way. You're looking for it to go up, get a retest, and a successful one at that. And all of this happened in around about that $95 to $1 area. So you totally could have bought in at 97, and it made perfect sense. Like your reasonings for it. It came back down into the cloud again. Ugh. Now we're like kind of being through the power of Ichimoku peristalsis pooped out down the lower end of this thing, and let's just see if we can get back above this. I'm totally serious about this cloud at the minute as it goes really thin, and the opportunity for us to accumulonimbus towards the top side would be quite nice. So yeah, cool. Right, it's cool. You're not totally smooth-brained, man. You're not totally smooth-brained, I would say. So not so bad. Not so bad on that front, I suppose. Right. It should be noted that I am a nobody, and my opinion means nothing. Oh, thank goodness. Because I was worried there that it did mean something. Right. Thanks for realigning my values properly. I grabbed Zom last year at 0.7 and sold for some nice dollars, hoping that full retard luck again, says Simple Rick. Well, you like to keep things simple. Rick, let's go look at Zom and see what it was like from 7. So Zom, let's see how well you did in the past. Zomedica Corp. You got it last year, so let's go to the 24-hour time frame. And you paid 0.07. I must have... No. You paid 0.07. Woomph. Well, that was you couldn't really go wrong with this one in a sense. Holy smokes, man. When was this? This was around about October 2020. Not bad, pal. Not freaking bad. Obviously, if you sold anywhere on here, this is a linear chart, logarithmic chart. Why have I had it on linear this morning? Gosh, sometimes I kick myself. You know what, as well? Why is those blooming things on there? I'm hiding them all the time these days. It's really annoying. Go away. And go away. Right, great, excellent. Smooth. Zom. Zom. Why is that making me think of tomatoes? Zom. Anyway, right. So yeah, really lovely move up the way there. In terms of 7 cents to up, you got potential for 3,000% move up. Now, did you do simple risk management techniques or not? Bam, ba-dam, ba-dam. Did you see how there was this failure at the 236? And then did you then decide at that point perhaps to sell, having obviously moved, from the highs to the lows? You're like thinking, right, yeah, sure, 70% of the value's gone there. That's a bit hard to take. It's gone back up a chunk. It's back down. You're 70 now. You've lost 70% from the highs. But from where you got into it, you're up over 1,000%, and you're thinking to yourself, well, I could have taken profit at 3,000%. I could have taken it at 2,000%. It dropped down. It was down to 967. It tried to push back up to being around about over 1,000%. Could have taken it anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 there, but then it dropped back down again, and maybe you got out and you still made 1,000% profit on this one. Maybe you did, and that's it. That's without doing anything. 24-hour time frame, and you're not really doing any analysis on here other beyond simply saying I'm going to manage risk at this simple level. Having done it with alacrity along the way, not taking profits there, not taking profits there, not taking profits there, not taking profits here, and not taking profits here. We're potentially taking profits here, but maybe you've gotten back into it again because that was a nice bounce up the way and a nice move beyond that territory. So, you know, maybe you did in this zone. Wonder what happened if you took profits there. You were just trading, you didn't care. You still made over 100% and you'd be happy. So, like, you know, if that any of those, then well done to you, Simple Rick. Any outcome from that. Just wonder how you would have got. Yes, that's what I did. Brilliant, great. One of those options is what you did there. Just this. I'm assuming the big risk management one. Well, freaking done, buddy. So you're not so smooth brained after all. You big old Simple Rick. Yeah. Thanks, Rocky. You're the man, buddy. No, Simple Rick. You're the man. Banana Fridge. Another 48-hour stream. Bullish. Who says who? Wait, what? You're talking to me? I don't think you're talking to me. What's going on here between TradeSpawn and that fella Luke? When best suits Luke, I could do it a couple hours after market close or start an hour before. What time is sploshing going to start? So, oh, lovely. Look at that. Look at that cordiality between those two there. Arranging, getting trade sploshing started like two executives. Wonderful stuff. Love it. Do you watch Mad Men? Anybody in the audience there? Did you ever watch Mad Men? Who's your favorite Mad Men characters? Get your favorite Mad Men characters in there. Right. Wait, actually, best on Mad Men. You got Dawn. You've got what's the guy? What was the white-haired guy called on Mad Men? You listen. What was the white-haired guy called? Oh, yeah, you know. Maybe some people will come in here. Roger, Sterling, yeah, man, Roger. So Dawn or Roger, and then we could put in Peggy, right? You gotta have Peggy in there, right? She'll get some votes. And then who else is like excellent on there? Who else is excellent on there? So it's Pete. Some people do really like Pete, right? Who is your favorite? I think I've got Pete's name right. Let's just see. Joan. Oh, damn it, Joan. Oh, damn it. Should have put Joan on there. Look, voting for Peggy counts as voting for Joan because Joan's better than Peggy, right? Isn't it? It's the executive decision by me. Peggy actually means Joan in this instance. Watching Mad Men now, aren't we? What? No, I'm not. I watched Mad Men years ago. I watched it when it came out and it was super fantastic. I absolutely loved it. One of my best TV shows. Yes, I'll take credit for it. One of my best achievements ever as a TV show watching person. Proud days. Those halcyon days. Right, anyway, great. Should we go back over to a stock which has actually got people trading it right now instead? Get your... Oh, wait a minute. I'm so bad. Where's this thing? Right. Tesla, and I'll agree to Christmas special. Elon Musk. Cool. Okay, we'll work towards that, right? We'll work towards that. Raven, RVNUSDT. So what is Raven, folks? People are asking. Raven's is cryptocurrency. It is a proof of work coin which used the Bitcoin, code. Now, it's not a strict clone of Bitcoin. It was able to do other things as well beforehand, you know, come in with things like SegWit, etc., long before Bitcoin itself ever did. Stuff like that. So it's one of these ones that is an interesting coin, right? It's an interesting coin. It's interesting coin, right? I think that's a good enough summary for it. Might as well get up coin market cap since we've done that a couple of times. Raven. Can he type? No, he can't. Coin market cap. Raven price today, right? That's not actually what we're looking for here. We're looking for his BS chat about it down below. Give me your Google keyword speak coin market cap. Raven is a digital peer-to-peer network that aims to implement a use case specific blockchain. Isn't that brilliant? It's like they went into this is what I'm talking about with your Google keyword stuff. It's like they went into some sort of keyword generating website and they typed in blockchain, right? And it just came back with this. You know that new AI they've got that's scarily good at coming out with crap. You could just put in a bunch of stuff about cryptocurrency, and then its AI would come back with sentences like this: as a digital peer-to-peer network that aims to implement a use case specific blockchain, right, designed to officially handle one specific function. It's like, 50 years later, the transfer of assets from one party to another. Oh my goodness. So tell me you copied Bitcoin without telling me you copied Bitcoin. Built on a fork of Bitcoin code. Oh my goodness, you just broke my rules of my game. I'm having fun. Right. Anyway, Ravencoin white paper was published by Bruce Fenton. Love your name. Tron Black. Great name. Joel Wright. Joel Waite. Great name. They sound like a 1970s band. They stand out over the majority of the crypto crowd in that they were all seasoned businessmen and developers before they started the project. Seasoned businessmen and developers before they started the project by doing a fork of the Bitcoin code. Fenton is well known in crypto for being a board member and exec director of Bitcoin Foundation from 2015 to 2018. So, you know, great business sense here. It was like, you know what? If I GTFO from this and do this, then I'll make anyway, whatever. Right. So yeah, great. Overstock.com, a well-known online retailer. Oh, there's our overlap. That's maybe how KP got into this one. Let me know if that's what it was. Let me know if that's what it was. Overstock.com guy is a total ass as it happens in my opinion, but you know, he made some good points back in the day for sure. His own company, Overstock.com, is obviously a parasite company that anyway, what makes Ravencoin unique? All right, as a fork of Bitcoin code, not an awful lot, but it does have 4 key changes. It modified the issuance schedule, so you know your block rewards are happening at kind of the half the whatever it was. You know, with a block reward of 5,000 Raven, great. You know, it's issuance schedule, so it's different to Bitcoin's issuance schedule. The block time reduced to 1 minute, so that's faster than Bitcoin, and a coin supply at 21 billion, so there's 1,000 times more than there are of Bitcoins. And a mining algorithm, kapow, 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 formerly whatever and whatever, intended to mitigate the centralization of mining caused by ASIC hardware. So this is an anti-ASIC hardware. ASIC, by the way, is hardware that's specifically built to mine the coins. You know, you hear about people mining cryptocurrencies and they're using their graphics card on their computer as opposed to a specific box that only does that. So you know how you can have, like, you know, essentially this is all the computer power in there is all focused towards the singular task of making the cryptocurrency. So you turn it on and that's all it can do, and it's as efficient as it can possibly be, and it can't do anything else. That's what ASIC means. So this cowpow thing was tried to mitigate that. That means that it's harder for people to set up massive farms, you know, in terms that will drive the ability to mine it faster than the adoption of retail level hot software for it. So in an attempt to make things more decentralized, obviously it just creates it creates the same dynamic. It's just you can't use ASICs to do it, and also as well, it just means that the ASICs that they do make to do this stuff, then have to just go and use different blockchains after they get discovered, until they set enough time later they can sell them to other people. Ravencoin aims to solve the problem of asset transfer trading over the blockchain. Previously, if someone created an asset on the Bitcoin blockchain, it could be accidentally destroyed when someone traded the coins it was created with. So, you know, some tiny little issue with the code they've kind of addressed there, no big deal. Ravencoins are designed as an internal currency with the network, and within a circuit must be burnt in order to issue token assets on the Raven chain. The assets can represent anything: real-world custodial objects like gold or physical euros, virtual goods and objects, a share of project like stocks and securities, airline miles, or an hour of someone's wage, etc. You know, yeah. The planned future versions of Ravencoin protocol will support integrated messaging and voting systems. Huh, how advanced. They're going to get messaging and voting systems involved in there in the future. Wow, brilliant. You know, just when they raise a few more billion, we'll get on with that in the next few years. Right, anyway, so there's Ravencoin for you if you've been wondering. What is it? It is a copy of Bitcoin made by people like the ones involved in Overstock back in the day, and there's a chance that speculative value will drive its value towards the top side, and in the meantime there's some chance that some of the decentralized people out there will do some things that'll be slightly more innovative than Bitcoin. Right, back to GME. Sorry, GME's just telling me it dropped below 150. That's cool. Just wanted to check on this. So, this is kind of like a pivot point for us here in the market. Just this little low just here. We don't want to be closing lower than this. That would suck. This is obviously Friday. It's the end of the week too, so it's a week. You know, a weekend. It's an opportunity to look again at the weekly chart and zoom on in, zoom, and you know, it's not ideal. It changes the dynamic here. You can see from it being like rising, you know, at a low, a higher low, higher low, higher low, or whatever, you know, rising just slightly to being flat. So it's not gone like super mega bearish, you know. But obviously this is a dynamic that we're at in terms of the weekly time frame that's worth looking at just now. Do you think we'll go to $5? Do you think we'll go to $5? That's so funny. No. That's one of the dynamics that's very interesting about GME, you know, because it's squeezed up and it's very unlikely to ever go back to the prices it was then because of how much the company has changed in the meantime, which can't be said for other companies that have squeezed in the past or currently undergoing that same sort of positive move. One of the components of what people talk about making GME a fairly unique stock in the history of the markets, and why it's of course got, you know, beyond anything in terms of like learning technical analysis and anything else like that, which is obviously great value and highly significant and very much worth doing. It also keeps us on the bleeding edge of all the technical analysis and everything else too, so it's very, very worthwhile to do all of this. But you know, it has in and of itself its own unique anthropological value with regards to this one. By the way, folks, in terms of like catching knives, etc., you're welcome to do what you want to do. That's totally fine. For me personally, I'm just like would want to just hold off on this one, just, you know, as while it's. Yeah, just holding off on it. Jimmy's pointing out to me in the background something I didn't know. It's below the last price that Roaring Kitty bought it at, that everybody knows about. So it's below the last price that Roaring Kitty bought it at that everybody knows about. So that's a fairly significant kind of little pivot in the market. Now, this is obviously plenty of time left in the day, and there will be some volatility in and around this zone. If I drop down to the 1 minute time frame, I'm sure we're seeing things. I'll go back over to Ravencoin in a while. I'm sure we're seeing things, but so yeah, we're seeing things, artifacts here in terms of the in terms of there's the volatility here, you know, wicking up, filling out the candle again within the 1 minute, and just this increase on the true range after a period of sideways. Actually, all day today it's been kind of negative like that. The what we want to see happen is, of course, a nice bounce here when people kind of get over the so-called negative earnings, etc., and we want to see all that, you know, we want to see all that happen and give everybody a nice scare here and give the opportunity to catch a knife. I'm just saying that while it's below 150, it's like, you know, less attractive, I suppose you can say, and this is fairly well represented by the Ichimoku Cloud, you know, just using a simple indicator just to be like, hey, we can relax about this. So if we're not taking profits and scalping moves, etc., then we can also relax somewhat in terms of when it's got to danger zones. Just let it get out of the danger zone first. The 5 minute time frame I had up previously, where we bounced off of the cloud again and then pushed down the way, you can see, you know, the cloud, while people might hate the cloud, it works, right? And it worked. Well, certainly every time I have it up on screen and I'm doing the TA on screen and talking about the cloud, it seems to have amazing alignment with what I'm talking about happening at the times, and shows very good stuff. So it is very useful. I would be more positive about the cloud than other people have been, but you know, that's all good. It's kind of one of these ones which is got its own kind of interesting learning curve. So your learning curve of the cloud is like you're thinking, hey, this is good, and then unlike other things, it actually goes back down to a point where you think it's worse than it was when you started, and then goes up the way in terms of your Ichimoku Cloud learning curve. From what I've seen in terms of talking to people about this thing, this seems to be a very common feeling about the Ichimoku Cloud in terms of your positive feelings on this side about it, and the time that you spent you know, looking at the thing, like, you know, so this is their Ichimoku Cloud kind of satisfaction graph here, I think, which is fairly common, right? Bit of fun there, eh? Always getting something a little bit different. Obviously, this is during this period of time. I'm expecting the volatility here. Yeah, okay, I know you want me to do it, so let's just do this here, okay, and then let's just do this here as well. Actually, let's make it look positive. since I know you want something like this, right? So let's just do it, hey, and let's just say, hey, on this time frame, 5-minute time frame, if we can get up to these zones, then we've got a good chance of like doing something that obviously we haven't done in a wee while with this one during a period which is otherwise fairly volatile, bring us back up above that 155 area where things get a bit more positive again. And that's a decent enough area to be at. Checking down the way in terms of flashes, etc. You know, we know that this is covering off anything that could possibly have been there. The prices are here now during the day, trading without too many gaps, etc. on the way down, all that sort of stuff. So we've done everything that we could possibly have done to have cleaned off every single flash that could possibly existed on every single time frame, all the way back as far as the last time that Roaring Kitty himself bought the thing and all this sort of chat. So there's that on the go right now. 148.57 in terms of like things like 4-hour time frames. Looking back the way, we can see that we have not taken out our lows from before. So this is a dynamic which is visible on the 24-hour time frame as well, where we've not taken out our lows from before as well. This is the dynamic I'm speaking about, is the area of volatility we have here during a Friday as we've coming in towards the end of a week, and you're looking at the weekly candles and it's saying, well, hey, if we have an anyway sort of positive end to the day, second half of the trading session of the day goes positively, then actually what happens is you don't take out your previous 4-hour candles, you don't take out your weekly low, you set yourself up to say, look, that was the painful area of the earnings up till now, happened this week, this is the response to it. Next week things can get positive again in the face of de-risk attitude in the markets in the period where the earnings were coming out at. Actually, to tell you, you know, to be clear here on this one, that we've got a return to an appetite to risk on, just coming up here tentatively, as you can see in the 4-hour time frame, the SPY moving up the way, having left a gap on the charts here. So it'd be nice if we saw some positive moves. As you can see, GME doesn't have some sort of negative beta against the stock markets. I mean, there's no evidence to suggest from what you can see there on the charts that it does, in terms of what? Not on a picture type look, but on a yeah, just slightly, yeah. But so it's, lots of things do at any given time. It's just when you're talking about these magic wands, it's like it's got to be something which has got more of a where it would feature on a list. You know, yeah, you can do the same sorts of things with gold, etc. And there's it's about things like flights of capital. Now, you're not going to be able to say that there's historic precedent for flights of capital towards this during negative periods on the stock market, particularly when you consider that between November and the 22nd and the 3rd of December on the SPY, and over here between November 22nd and December the 10th, that here we've had the exact match in terms of the downward movement. So you've obviously got a risk-off attitude here. It doesn't have a correlation where you can easily say that there's been a positivity while during a sideways movement on gold. So risk off came, for instance, some of it came here. Now there wasn't a risk on attitude for gold or a massive move in it over this period of time, but you can see this operated as a safe haven during that time frame when the SPY was moving down and when GME was moving down. So you can see how unsophisticated people are who are talking about the negative beta between the stock market and as a whole and GME, and how that there's obviously, when you compare that to the sort of basic textbook example of it, as I just did, when it doesn't hold water, then it's hardly where anybody in the markets will be looking to it. You know, you'd need it to hold water, very obviously, in the most recent instance, which it hasn't in any way whatsoever that anybody could possibly argue that it has. Unless they mean that there's been positive price action on SPY and negative price action on GME over the last couple of days. So unless that's what they're talking about, and they're saying that there's that negative beta, in which case, sure, yeah. But that's not what the argument is it? So anyway, what we're actually looking for is for the positivity that's in the rest of the markets to come back into GME. We want it to not have conversations about negative beta during a time when the SPY is moving upwards and GME is moving downwards. Instead, you want to talk about SPY's crashing. Well, yeah, sure, the SPY's crashing, but there is the SPY's crashing. Who's saying these sentences? You're just saying it's a joke. Sorry, right? So Jamie just said to me the spy is crashing. I thought he was talking that somebody in the chat had said something. Who's saying these sentences? Just me as a joke. And it's like, oh, okay. My live stream brain didn't. Oh, Peggy's winning, but Peggy represents Joan. Let's see the results on this thing. By the way, I'm interested. Let's get the results up. 1-800 trade spotting. Peggy 33, Don 30, Roger 30, Pete 4. Yeah, nobody likes Pete, but occasionally some people do. Who were we talking to recently? I thought it was a conversation we were having. Somebody was like, "No, Pete, he's the best," and it's like, well, it's funny. All right. Great to see Roger winning. Well, yeah, great, but totally. That's the Roger Sterling attitude there. Absolutely. I agree. My hands are diamond. Yeah. Spy looks like Fan Davidozi, says Chris. Ooh, I do. Peggy equals boobs. No, well, Joan is what we're talking about. Well, Peggy, that thing, she got the, Peggy, to me, when I was watching the show the first time around, represented making decisions, making the bad decisions, right? Kind of like the trader that buys the top and sells the bottom, and their stop loss should have been their entry price, etc. That's what Peggy was throughout loads of Mad Men. Like, she could have left and gone when they formed the new company, but she didn't. She hung around, and then she left about a year later, etc. Right? That sort of stuff. It's like, so she was great, and she was a strong woman and everything else. It's just that she just had that annoying voice. Yeah. So it's Jimmy. Right. Anyway, what else is anybody talking about in here? Joan. Yeah, I was Joan, but people were voting for Peggy. They were actually voting for Joan though. So all anyone's talking about is AMC and GME. That's all anyone's talking about. Down below that area of that thing. So like, do we want to sit here and say that things look really positive when they don't, or what do we want to do? What do you want to do? So we take a poll on that. Do we say they look positive when they don't? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not the best way to do things. So there's AMC. Here's GME, right? GME. Beep, beep, beep. It's a lot more positive when you do little jingles for it though from time to time. So that helps. What's going on here with this thing? 15-minute time frame, right? We'll just give it the 15 minutes. Got a long way to go. Have to take out all of the negativity today to get into any sort of positive thing. Let's look instead at the 5-minute time frame, where we could potentially try and go for this move here that might take us somewhere. Let's go for that. Actually, no, let's go to the 1-minute time frame, right? 1-minute time frame, because this can do it first. This can do it first. This can do it first. And I'll leave the candle as white, so you don't have to like look at them be red and stuff like that at times. No need for all these red ones in there. We'll just keep it nice and white, nice and clean here. Thanks so much for joining me, your man from EastEnders. That's right, the bald guy in EastEnders, the one that did, the documentaries after about gangs and stuff like that. This is me in the bottom left here. Good to see you all. We've got our nice charts up here. This is GameStop, and we're looking for this thing to go rocketing towards the top side any minute now. Any minute now, right? That's what we're hoping for, right? But it's not going to be our money that does it as it happens necessarily. So what we're looking for is this wedge to give us some upward movement in price. Where did my other drawings go? Did I just delete them all and then just do it on autopilot and completely forget? Maybe I did. Upward movement in price to take us up to 158.95. That's where we're looking for the rockets for GME over here. This is what we're going to do. Yeah, great. Okay, so we're not breaking out of it just there. So we'll just adjust our expectations. Let's be super realistic with this one all the time. So I'm saying it's slight tongue in cheek in that, but this is also kind of serious. So we'll be super legit in terms of like not putting our breakout happening up here and giving us those extra dollars, right? What we're also talking about is how we're just going to remain prudent on this one until it actually has looked good. You know, there's plenty of opportunity. I mean, I'm not going to. I expect there'll be opportunities start showing themselves here for us on other things. This is actually not bullishly divergent during this downward move on the wedge on the RSI. Clearly, it is a wedge though, so we are going to see it on the moving average convergence divergence. This is the one when I talk about looking for divergences here to find wedges on the chart, not the RSI, by the way. It's a specific thing. So yeah, well, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Let me get the chat up again. Let me get the chat up again. Do 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 do. This is my song for getting the chat up. Do 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 do. It's fine. Thanks, Shadow of Lepton. Oh, it's fine. It's always good when someone tells you it's fine, isn't it? Even if you don't know what they're talking about necessarily, and you read that, that's reassuring. It is fine. Thanks, man. Richard Grio, hello Rocky, Jamie, and all. I'm waiting for my son to finish with his final class, and then we'll be driving home. 850-mile drive. Oh my god, what a commute. What time do you... Every day. Imagine that every morning. Get up, come on, it's time for school. But we just got home. I know, son, but school is important. Get the bike in the morning. Yes, that's totally... Quick, up, have your eggs. It's off to school. Get cycling. I'll pick you up this evening. Wow, tough life, Rich, man. Well, good on you. 850-mile drive. Wow, that's going to take some amount of time, especially if you do stick to the speed limit. 9 hours, but quite possibly more. I mean, really, the speed limit in a lot of places is 55 and stuff. Mm-hmm. And also, it depends. I mean, is that is it all even highways and stuff? Sometimes I watch the compilation of all super hands moments on YouTube. Ah, crime, it's the missing ingredient, etc. Good stuff. Ooh, daring it to hit your buy order says, I dare you. Look, if you want to catch the knife on this thing, you can totally do it at any time. This is 1, 2, 3 touches, so, you know, a handful of touches towards the top and whatever, 1 minute time frame and all this sort of stuff. I was saying that if you want to be like take a significant chunk of risk off of the table, then you can look for like, you know, actual positivity, etc., to buy into and whatever during a time when it's like, you know, there's money to be had, and you can certainly adjust your plans accordingly. Like, you know, you can do stuff like you could maybe go look for a bounce up here, right, off the cloud, come back down, retest the wedge, and move out the way in that sort of a thing. But hey, you know, you could also look for it to come back down here and get it at 147. It's like, hold me while you wait. We know from the 4-hour time frames and stuff like that we're down at 145 and whatever, just like a month and a bit ago or whatever it was. As in, what I'm saying is that we could come in for a higher low, essentially on when you kind of split it just right. How long have we got left on the 4-hour time frame on today so far? 2 hours on the 4-hour time frame left. So we're already getting a nice. No, don't be overly enthusiastic, Rocky. We're not already getting a nice wick here, but there's a bit of something. There's a bit of something, right? There's a bit of something. You know, so let's just, you know, sink back up, float back up a bit, float your boat, float your boat gently back up a bit, merrily, making the prices less shit. Anyway, actually, I should just be like, the truth of it is, bing bong, the prices are wrong, right? The prices are wrong currently, and we can just put our thing on the neck, the pulse. What are those things called that doctors uses? Stethoscope. Aye, we're just keeping our stethoscope Just keeping our stethoscopes close to the ground. Keeping our stethoscopes close to the ground. Alright. Lumber pumper. That's what they always need as well. Oh, are we coming back down? Are we going to come back down here? Wait, see, like, are you looking, Kachio, for a higher low? What was the dare? I wonder what the dare was. I dare you to put in a higher low here. Not take out that low. Go for ultra low risk, ultra tight risk management. Whoa, is this what you're doing? Is this what you're doing? Is this what you're doing? Looking for a freaking 9-to-1 risk to reward on a move from here to here, to test the cloud, come back down, test this. Is that what you're doing? That would be something to do. But like I said here, you know, with the fact that the audience is not actually you know, live trading this thing or any of that, there's not, it's not like looking at Forex and trying to be like, yo, wow, what are you doing? You're doing this right now, you're using leverage, what's happening, blah blah blah. It's not like looking at that. It's like looking at this, which is a different thing to that. This is this, and that is that, and this is that is this. Part-time player, Rocky Outcrop. I have seen you draw breakouts sometimes slanted, sometimes vertical. Is there a reason? Laziness primarily. All I'm looking at is the distance between this point and this point, right? And the distance between this point and this point and this point and this point in terms of the vertical of that distance. Is the same, buddy old pal. So I can see how that could be visually confusing to people, right? Because you're thinking in your head, this is a longer line, perhaps, you know, or this direction means something. Yeah. And I'm thinking, I've done this for years, and doing this is a fool's game. Whereas doing this and just going like, I don't need to hurt my wrist. I've got repetitive strain order enough as it is already. Lols. You know, you don't need to mess around with that, right? So there you have it, matey. Tips from Rocky live for the Outcropticians. Check. That is exactly what I'm doing, Rocky. Oh my goodness, you cheeky sod. You cheeky sod. Forex can get a bit much. I know, it's extra, isn't it, Raphael? Might have been saying it could be cheaper since the high. Maybe it's one of those fragments. Might have been saying, all we have left is this note from TradeSpotting. Might have been saying it could be cheaper since the high. And then we could have a war for 1,000 years where I interpret it as one thing and somebody else interprets it as something else, and nobody really knows. Yes, it's just a fragment. Thanks for that question, part-time player. It was also wondering. Wow, this is the thing with questions which some people think are stupid and they don't ask. Then you know, they just keep quiet about it, and then somebody else asks, and I think, great question. This is one of the first times anybody's ever asked that. It's actually a really good question. I've kind of just been a little bit I don't know, assuming that it doesn't matter to tell people that you can kind of just trust me on it, that I'm not, you know, I'm that as well. It's there's an area that you'll see me do this an awful lot, like, hey, we've got a wedge in the chart, something like that, you know. I don't know, that's a big miss. If I miss as bad as that, then I fix it. But you'll see me do something like, yo, we've got a wedge on the charts and we're just kind of looking for whatever. I've done that during this episode even. I'm not, it's to give you the knowledge, right, that you are capable of doing this, that you're capable of doing this, that you can that I know what it's like. A lot of people have reported to me, so it's a conversation that doesn't happen very much in the chat, you know. It's maybe because I take care of it, you know, from the other side, where nobody really comes along and says to me, hey Rocky, how important is it that you draw the lines in, you know, perfectly or whatever, because I address that to people, you know, all the time. It's like and I talk about how things operate on time frames, and let me just kind of demonstrate real quick by jumping from the 1 minute to the 5 minute time frame and showing the different interaction that you're getting here, where it looks almost kind of, you know, more perfecter perhaps on the top end and sloppier on the lower end. In the 1 minute time frame, you know, you're looking at this and you're saying, oh, this is a reasonable compromise in terms of positioning and blah blah blah. And, you know, it's really actually all of that is just it's this type of self-talk procrastination bullshit that people put themselves before they actually dive in and make a trade and understand things. And I'm trying to just deliver the concepts to people, and also to give you the confidence to know that you can do this, that you can say to yourself, I'm looking at a wedge, blah blah blah, it's going to have like some importance with regards to the touches, and I can go in and I can fine tune this later on, but I know that I'm looking at this, I know that I'm looking at this, as opposed to looking at at some other shape, you know that this is definitely not looking like this. It's completely different looking, so I can say, look, this is the concept. We're working with this concept, not that other concept, and I can say that what's going on there. If I was doing things like a harmonic, then I am much more concerned with that's the harmonics. Lol. That's anyway. That wasn't one. They're much more concerned with the precise positioning of my positioning. McLols, right? Kachito, did you consider the then, in terms of talking about the precise positioning of your measurements and whatever, the potential for inflection up here, and you could make a debate then. It's like, did I have this position perfectly for this tiny little scalp move, yada yada? And you can see that it's like, hey, like whatevs, right? You do that. I'm sat here doing the TA. So yeah, it's to give you the confidence, that you can do this, that you can see that there's somebody out there who's professional and is willing to draw things in at times to deliver the content in a way that's accessible to the broadest amount of people, and is still gets the concepts accurate. And because when you're looking at things moving outside of things at this zone, is the question, is it about exactly precisely where this line is it really, or are you also going to be looking at like whether or not you've got any sorts of volume there? And when you do move outside of it, is it about exactly where this line is and how far on any sort of spectrum I've actually then ended up kind of dropping it? When you're considering about how when a breakout happens, you could potentially get a retest, and how you're going to be looking at these different concepts. So what I'm delivering to you is the stuff that will actually give you value in your life, right? And actually help with your trading, getting to the point where, of course, you've got the likes of people like Kachito out there taking making decisions off the back of stuff like this, which has got like the likes of a 9-to-1 risk to reward ratio on it, where they're obviously able to just make their own mind up and be an adult about things and see that it's at 3.25-to-1 on the risk to reward, and be able to manage whatever they want to do. I'm not a financial advisor, and when I say that, it maybe resonates a little bit more, because literally I'm not going to give you financial advice. Because obviously what you could do in this situation is take some of your profit off the table to pay yourself on that move. It's like, that's a 3.3-to-1 risk to reward trade, which is better than what anybody would typically look for. And it was just like, yeah, boom, on there, done, right? Great. So if you're going to be if you're going to be as kind of cool about things as is to get into this situation, then I'm going to trust that you've also got the brain to be able to do whatever you want to do, and I believe in you. So this is what it's all about. So questions like and I don't even know at this stage what question I'm actually answering, to be perfectly frank with you, but whether or not these lines being precise on there or not being important, etc., and how that fits into the schema of all of the information that I'm providing at the time, then you'll no doubt be aware by now that it isn't. So that isn't just that singular component doesn't actually stack up here. You can see that we've got on this 1 minute chart that they've got the potential for breakouts, but we're looking for the volume to come in here at the same time as we're looking at this. We're also aware of where we could get resistance at up towards these zones. So we're having to tie all of these things together. It's not just one singular thing, but we've done it with a good enough degree of accuracy at this stage for this to have stood its own ground, on its own 2 feet there. So lovely, right? That's how you do this, Jazz. Let's bring the chat up. Bring on the chat. Rock Outcrop, you frequently say pay yourself. Does amount depend on size of position or size of move? Right. Well, I talk about this as a discretionary trader. I mean, if you had a strict strategy that you were always working to, then you would have an answer to that, which would just be the simple answer to that every time. so it flashed up to 162 and down to 122. I wonder what that chat's about. It's currently, according to the chat, it's insane. I'll go and check out that in a minute. So yeah, if you do the same thing every time, then you don't need an answer to that. Move outside, come back down, retest inside the zone, waiting for this volume to come in and give us the confirmation as we're in this area. You can see this all playing out live in the background in the areas that we're looking to. So I think this is demonstrating this is demonstrating kind of the substance of the points that I was making on the run up to this zone here, which is quite nice. So when I say pay yourself, I'm talking about from a point of view of like a discretionary trader and what sort of sense, you know, it's like you're looking at the risk profile of this trade changing in that area. You can you could have got into this in a sense, you know, on a whim. In which case you're then thinking to yourself that this is already done a great move to get to this point. It's where the risk profile changes, and that you could take a percentage, say for example like a third of your trade off the table, which means then if it did actually go back down below your zone where you've got your stop loss at without changing any of this detail of your trade, that you've secured enough to make it so you don't actually make a loss, and you've got now zero risk on there, which affords you the opportunity to quote unquote pay yourself. And that it means that you're trading here, your work is working for you. You're working less in terms of as this process is then ongoing, you're managing risk, but it's the downside on you is zero. And you can also do other things, like, you know, you can do stuff like say to yourself, well, I'm no longer wanting to see it breaking back into this wedge that we've organized here, guaranteeing yourself profit, you know, having already done whatever you want, right? It's just if you can do whatever you want, and you can do it fairly consistently, and you can do it based on your assessment of the risk at the time. And the thing about it is, when you're doing it, you won't be presenting a live YouTube channel with the 1 minute time frame up trying to make education points and also time it with with talking about real life trading that somebody in the audience is actually doing at the time, trying to juggle all those things together. So you won't have to articulate it in such a way that I'm doing to yourself. So you'll probably be able to make these decisions on the fly a lot better than I'd be able to explain them within the approximate time frame for you to be able to make those decisions the way you wanted to. So for here, it could have been that you took profit when we were talking about it initially, then you got back in here on the retest of the wedge, which meant that you'd actually taken your profit at a 3-to-1 risk reward trade. This is now becomes your new trade. Let's move it up a wee bit just to kind of make it so you know the point is definitely it. So you took profit on a 3-to-1 risk reward trade. You're now sat here in a risk reward of a 5-to-1 trade. It's the same as you had before. You did a trade with 3-to-1. You've now done a 5-to-1. You're right in here, you're saying to yourself, I can manage this whatever way. Maybe then you slap on a trailing stop, for example. You know that there's a tiny little gap here, even with this move on the 5-minute time frame. You can stick in a trailing stop, which is the size of one of these more volatile moves up towards the top side, dragging the prices up. That would catch you around about the edge of the cloud. That's just one example. You could also just take profit there, for example. Obviously, that's your 5. That this is just merely as a this is vestigial as a result of having just moved this up without actually having got round, because of the fact that time's moving. These charts are moving, and it takes time for words to come out of my mouth. So you could have been doing that and been looking for a move towards the top end of the cloud. At this stage, you could be thinking, yeah, I'll just manage risk if we actually close below the cloud, so you could not actually have a stop in. This here volatility is just like all in your favor. You know, this is how this could go. So when you say to myself, when I say to you, pay yourself, so what you could have done effectively in that situation there is paid yourself. There, boom, F it, I'll pay myself. That was a good trade. I'll take the same risk profile as before and put it in a position where it works for me, and I actually have got a zero risk to reward. Or if this loss happens here, it'll still be less than the reward that I got here. This is, remember, this is 1, and this would be 3. So you'd still be up 2. You know, in terms of your R to R at this point, having done both of these trades. Then up she goes, and you're up then at this point here, another 5 to 8. Let's just say it's 8. So now you're up 11-1. So if you then go on to lose one trade here with your moves, then you're up 11-1. You've paid yourself. So your trading for the day wasn't a negative, it wasn't a net loss. So you wake up today, Great. I'm got the first trade I'm taking. Now my day hasn't shat its own face. Brilliant. And that's great. Now it's moved up. Now it's going to take, now for my day to actually shit its face, I'd have to lose 11 times in a row for it to my day to have now gone into the point where it shat itself. And what does that mean? It means you've got a day of trading where you're almost certainly going to end up paying yourself. Okay, so that is how you can pay yourself. This is obviously very much discretionary, and it is up for you to choose. And children, believe you me, you are not children anymore. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you how to pay yourself, right? I've given you a ton of examples there. You can order your own pizza at this point, now that you know how they are constructed. Alrighty. And by the way, lovely, hey, lovely. And this could be obviously your goal for the day at this point. You're looking up and saying, this is maybe where I can relax. This here risk reward thing I'll just remove, because, you know, beautiful job that it did. You could be measuring from this low to this high and just saying, right, going to take it here, manage around about the 236, drop back down below it. We can have an entry in here, risk reward, you know, whatever, right? I'm trying to talk about this in terms of this is an ongoing thing, right? So it's probably best at times to not rush into positions. So as I'm speaking there, I'm doing the TA, and I'm saying, well, this is an option that we could have. I'm not on the platform. This is one of the tips that Jamie and I have had, and shout out to people who are doing the course. I love you very much. I'm not actually on the platform where I'm doing my trading, and here I am doing the TA. I'm not just going to go, whoa, click the button, you know. I'm actually doing my TA, because there is always time for TA. So here I am doing it, and I'm saying, well, that move isn't on. Great, okay, where are we? Here's the 618. Maybe we get a bounce from the 618. And I'm thinking to myself, right, so here, are we trading this? Are we trading this or not? What's our risk management on this one again? Let's go for the same amount as before. Now, it's hard for me to do this because I'm obviously doing this on the fly, and I deleted the last one. I should have maybe not deleted it, and I could have just moved over. And then, and let's say, we go in for a lower high, right? A lower high, something around about where this would have been a retracement on another. This is a 1 minute time frame, right? So this is insane, me breaking it down this much. But let's just say that we do it anyway, right? Because we're just talking about this. Let's say we go in for a 786 retracement here, and don't actually manage to position ourselves any higher, and that this turns into a 5 minute doji candle at the top end, at just in this region just here. We're coming into the close of this one over the period of the next sort of a couple of minutes, or maybe the next one, right? I don't know. That was just an idea off the top of our heads and how we're going with it. But anyway, shit, screw it. We're in on it anyway. We talked about it. Now we're in on it. This must have been, I don't know, have to be fair about this, right? We were trying to position this. I think we got somewhere in on it, right around whatever, like, I don't know, here, let's just say, just I don't know, that sucks in terms of yeah, whatever. Let's just go with it anyway, because we're trying to make points here. So what's your risk reward on this one at this stage here, right? 3. 3. I don't even really like it that much, so screw it. Let's just do it in terms of this here, you know. Let's just take it easy. Let's just say we trade within the cloud, right? I don't even like it, right? Don't even like it. I don't even like it that much. But, you know, we're trading in the cloud. We've got 1.5. So we were 11 to 1. Now we're 12.5 to 1 in terms of their day so far. You know, just there, right? Just there. Screw it. I did this one. This was very quick. I was a bit sloppy when I was doing it. I did have the idea in mind, and I was trying to say, but, you know, this is me operating on the 1 minute time frame, effectively doing on this chart, you know, the TA for this type of a chart there, and just saying predictively up above, you know, what this is most likely to operate like within a range. So who cares, right? F that. I'll just ditch that trade there at that point. That's me at 12.5 to 1. So I now can sit here and say, I'm probably on tilt. I'm probably on tilt right now, right? I've just done a great trade. I just managed it there, paid myself, cleared my day, bought in again here at this point, pushed up, paid myself an 8 to 1 risk reward in that trade. Fantastic. So now I'm at the point where I've actually had a decent enough day, and I don't need to, like, you know, destroy my life right now, but I'm still going to keep going. Taking a trade here, it's pushed up towards the top of the cloud. You know, I decided that I was backing out of it because I was doing it on the trading in such a tiny time frame. It's definitely come here, giving us our whatever risk to reward we could have possibly have wanted. And you know, to be fair on it is to myself, like at the time when I was talking about it, it's like I was actually saying I would have taken it there, and then I would have taken profit at that point. So you know, it would have actually been more like a 3-to-1 for me, you know, whatever. So it's coming for the 618. That's a decent inflection point at that point, whatever, right? So you see, we're already flying. We're flying. So I've had a great day so far. I'm recognizing that I'm on tilt. I'm talking about how this here area could obviously cause me damage at this point. I'm writing down in my trading journal if I actually, you know, literally don't have time for that at the minute with this with you know, it's 1 minute time frame, taking trades based off of stuff that it takes longer to actually say out loud than it does to do. So you know, I'm maybe going to take a second here to go back and revisit the trading journal and just kind of note down what had happened here during that point, you know, that sort of thing, right? So that's how you go, that's how you roll, that's how you roll. That's trading with Rocky, live trading with Rocky, live trading with Rocky, and it's fun, right? Literally the devil. Whoa, here I am. Dum dum dum. That's me. Right, sup homies. Sup homies. Sup homie. Good to see you, buddy. The Zig. Hey, Zig man. But wait, how did you do in here? Start your first sentence. I hope this is what the large funds are doing. But of course, I also know they don't really care other than making money. My friend, a lot of people out there are doing what I was talking about right now. And you know what? Even people watched along with the channel probably were doing it exactly as I was saying. Now, I'm not a financial advisor. None of this is financial advice. And if you were following along with those trades at the time, well done to you on your moves. You would have obviously had to trade with a decent amount of scale to you know, made large monies with these moves, but it's actually fairly decent, you know. And at this point, this is the chat. You know, I'm only talking about this because Kachito was like, you know, being a bit cheeky, and so then I was like, let's just indulge. But I had previously said to people, you know, hey, I would only kind of be talking to other people about how you could be trading this from when you're above 150 and whatever else, and bring us back up to the weekly time frame and pop this into view. And you can see this is the battle that's ongoing now. We're not out of the woods yet in terms of the weekly time frame, but we're obviously right there at that previous low from the April one. We're currently, you know, $1.50, $2, $1, you know, just less than 1% away from the close over there in August. Now, when you can see this is kind of you know, look but don't touch, we're so close but so far, then you're going to be thinking to yourself, hey, right, I'm not the person that's going to buy it into that zone where it's safe. I'm not when there's those big moves where somebody could paint what they wanted to on the charts, which they could do, which would require sums which are beyond our ken in order to get to happen, but they could do it for their own gains at a strategy level, which we would have to just account for when we were able to see the analysis of it come back into play later on. What we're actually hoping for at the minute, you know, is when we're looking at this one, this is a 5-minute time frame, and we look down here and we see the beautiful upward movements of this RSI. What will we notice down here? 1094, 5-minute time frame. Let's just go back and see when the last time was that we were down at 1094. Yap. It was all the way over here in July. That's the last time we came down here to this low. Let's just put on a line, a vertical line. Don't paste, you fanny. Vertical line, right? Vertical line. Oh, am I hitting the drawings? I do this sometimes. All right, we've got a couple of vertical lines in there. And let's go check at the prices, right? So there was a bounce from here. Now, we didn't turn the trend around, but there was a bounce from that real low. So we're looking and saying that this is how we could bounce up from where we were before, like we have done. Oh, I don't want to go too far away from here, just just yet. What we have done in this area, what we see having happened is we moved up. We did try to get into the bullish control zone, but we obviously failed immediately, back in again, unable to change the conditions overall. Really, it was actually needing to get in there and do something more than these little sort of Eiffel Tower peaks, or the flame of the hand of the Statue of Liberty just kind of poking in and coming right back out again. Now, we're in here and we're saying to ourselves, great, we had a push down, it was actually got continuation. We didn't get that immediate bounce from that low on the extreme low. We didn't get that immediate bounce. We could have, we actually came in and gave ourselves once and twice two beautiful pushes of bullish divergence, created what is an overall upward sloping move here on the RSI, that we've got this type of positivity that's here. It's very green shoots, nervous, Bambi, tentative, early stage stuff, but it's there. The immediate move down was within a wedge, which was bullishly divergent on the MACD. We've moved up outside of the zone. We've come back down for a tiny retest potential, but of course we could be in the throes of doing that now properly. Again, existing within the Ichimoku Cloud on the 1 minute time frame as we consolidating from the as it happens, right from the low, when we look towards the actual low here on the charts. By the way, if you're watching along with this right now and you're not into GME, that's totally fine, but this is education, really, that you should probably pay attention to. So you got the so from this high to this low, we come up, and where have we gone down to? Pretty much to the 618 golden pocket. Is it enough? Will we be in here? Well, if we go up down the way, we can continue to use the cloud to give us our sort of let's hold off basis on trading this one. Now, if you want to, you can look at this and say we've got some sort of aspects of whatever in here. You could also look down and try to make comparisons as to these lows themselves and whether or not they're turn out to be bullish and bearish, and if there's any sort of wicks and or wedge shapes or anything like that. But you could also just kind of, you know, here we are, right? Here we are, just waiting for this to kind of resolve itself within this structure, because we're asking, can we actually start to trend this way? So far, we had a low, a high, a higher low, and a higher high. So we did what we needed to do in this zone. That was whenever the risk profile was changing again the second time. So and when of course we were taking profits there. So this is waiting for this kind of this flux to finish itself off here. Somebody just donated, thanks so much for that. Looks like it maybe was $20. I'll check that in a minute. I'll just check all the donations in just 1 minute. So we're just waiting for this flux to kind of resolve itself here and asking, and here we are seeing it right now. So this is just live technical analysis, live, right? So we were waiting for this to resolve itself. Here, this is and here it is now. This is the flux into this zone. Let's see, can we get a move up? So you could have obviously done another trade from this 618. You'd be looking to not take that area out now. We know this is our our sort of generalized channel. As you can see, I didn't use the tool. It was quicker for me to just draw on. I did it roughly. I hope you can take the kind of the lesson from earlier on. If this flicks immediately back up, that's a different story, but I'm not wanting to be in that trade beyond this zone right here right now, given the potential for this deep space here. But you know, beyond that, so it didn't go beyond that zone, so perfect. I could have drawn on the risk reward thing, but who cares? You get the point, right? You've seen it already. Your risk reward is this area, looking to try and take the move up. So so anywhere in here, right? Sort of idea. Anywhere up here, whatever, right? And that's how you'll be going along with this. So will that happen? Will it not happen? That's where we are. That's the live TA on this one. Okay, right. So there was a couple of requests perhaps came in, or some alerts or something. Bringing up my old alert screen. While you look at Siacoin, all right, plenty of songs could be sung about that one, I'm sure. Right, we did Raven already. Thank goodness it's Friday. Everybody, says Corey. Chris Warren made an order. Thanks so much of becoming a Patreon. If that's the indicator tier, we'll sort you out with that later on. Elon Musk Tesla, and I'll agree to Christmas special, says Elon Musk. So Elon Musk tipping 420. Thanks Elon for that. Elon Musk tipping 420. I'll do some Tesla TA and he'll agree to do a Christmas special for us. Right, cool, excellent. And Anonymous tipped $20 to have a look at Siacoin. Right, we're done with this here anyway. Like I already said, trying to do that consistently all the time, like that live on show is going to lead to. Wait a minute, I thought it was SC. That's its SC. Right. It's going to lead to kind of being on tilt and all that sort of stuff. So it's okay. It's okay to take a break and whatever, and have a drink of tea and the like as well and stuff, I suppose, and whatever at times. Gosh, right, cool. Siacoin. This is the 1 minute chart. I mean, I'm in that mode obviously, so there's that. You can look at this yourself in terms of the structure. Look at it yourself. What am I saying? There's your bullish divergence. So we've got that, the throes of that at the minute. Can we actually use this channel to sort of, you know, narrative 1, we go up within the channel. Narrative 2, we actually managed to stay above the Ichimoku Cloud throughout this sort of thing. So are we in the midst of doing that right here, right now? Anyway, there's your immediate stuff. I'm not a financial advisor. None of this is financial advice. At any given time, I'm merely expressing my own opinion about how I would use technical analysis to make predictions on the movements of stocks. For people who are trading, that trading involves a massive amount of risk. Understand that my results as a trader are absolutely not typical, and that the things I talk about our mastery of simple things being done well, that these results are not guaranteed to be achieved by you at home at any given time, and therefore do not consider the things that I say to be financial advice. This is merely educational from somebody who has untypical results in the markets for positive. Right, great, excellent. So looking at this one, my education senses start tingling around that 236 on that, with the movement that we've seen towards the downside. We're going to be asking questions there. Like I said, you can do it yourself. Well, I am yourself in this instance, and we'll be looking at that. We'll also be asking questions then with regards to like the MACD. Do we have the 1, 2, 3 touches of a wedge, and has this been a breakout from that, and is this constituting a retest of that area? On that 1 minute time frame, we can see, of course, within this zone that we are looking right here, right now, for whether or not we get a turnaround, and we're going to be interested as to whether or not we've actually done enough with regards to this flash over here. Now, it is worth bearing in mind that this was a flash that was not fulfilled immediately, and therefore we do like to see these get done with 4 touches when they eventually do get filled. But we also have to admit that there is the primary directive with this one, that once you come back down from the highs, which actually from this flash, the highs are all the way up here, you come back down more than, you know, 95% of the move, and you can see here this is 99 something percent by the looks of it. Then you've satisfied this one in its primary function, and it is done. So we can be happy with that, although it is worth then bearing in mind the measured move potential within this zone. For those of you wondering whether or not this angle or using the right tool to do this, etc., I did explain this earlier on in the live show, so you can take a look at that when it comes to measured moves. So they could talk about this as being a potential for one. But is that fair to say? Now, people, when they talk about parallel channels, they actually don't really refer to measured moves if they're using Bilkowski's pattern analysis textbook style way of doing it. Instead, breaking from channels, parallel channels, are to do with the direction of the trend afterwards. Now, this would be in a conflict with the idea of a flag then, where flags do have moves, but that would be what would be the flag in this instance? Well, it would be a flag of a bearish formation. So you wouldn't really want to see that happening. If you did have a bearish flag happen, then this would be kind of the least of your woes. You'd be looking for movements perhaps more towards these sides. But you would look towards that range there, so you can get that overlap between channels and bear flags, etc., in terms of pattern analysis, and find that ultimately that all roads do lead to Rome, because everything like this is just simply an expression of economics. Economics, of course, being that relationship between supply and demand. So here we are in the 1 minute time frame with this having actually moved up the way so far. So if that story does continue and you see these things playing out bigger for us, and this doesn't operate like a bear flag and does get some movements up direction wise, then the range that we have on this, with the potential of it being something like, what's that, 0.016, and that goes down to like 0.0, oh wait, that's within the 16, that much of a move, then really, well, I mean, it could take us up here to a decent area where you'd be asking about solid tests up into this zone where the cave of the cloud is. Are we going into the cave again though? Is that too philosophical, that question? Are we going in here, and do bears live in there? That's the question, I suppose, with that cave. So in terms of the we've already looked at 5, the 15, the 5 minute, the 30 minute as well here, with regards to whether or not this could be a wedge. We have to revisit though at this time frame to take a look on those oscillators. We can see that, of course, there is bullish divergence there on the RSI staring us in the face, but what's lovely looking here on the MACD is, of course, this this tightening of the momentum towards the downside here, and you can see, of course, it's very much bullishly divergent, getting into this nice apex area of any sort of triangular look that you'd be having at any of that sort of tightening on the histogram there. Now, what we have on the DMI in this period of time, which is worth bearing in mind as sort of like a kind of disclaimer against the positivity, is that the positive cross that we had previously earlier on has actually been crossed again negatively during this period of time where we've come in for this retest. So this is just giving us a little reminder that if we are in this region and we do pop down the way, that we could actually be going down, or not, during the movement so far of this retest, that we of course could actually go on down and properly retest wherever you would draw this thing properly in from. The MACD did show us that we've got a wedge there for us. Now, if you're looking at this and saying that this indeed is a wedge, but you're going to draw it in somehow differently using a few touches tighter down, you're going to get less of a range on this thing, could have already fulfilled the promise of that one. And the retracement back down towards where the lows come in at so far for us on it is in at the 786 here, 618 as well overall, with the larger time frame picture showing us that we're actually below the linear 236 on this. Where did that come in from in terms of its lows? Yeah, indeed, yeah. So we are above the 236 here in the logarithmic, just below it on the linear scale. This little kind of flag of consolidation will take us right back up towards that target, but we need to be breaking back up above the clouds. As we can see here, the cloud can kind of show us the way yet again, offering up another area kind of confluence value for us with regards to the cloud itself and this region right here in terms of where you want to be and beyond, to start trending out of this on the bigger kind of picture stuff. That's Siacoin for us. This is obviously a relatively cheap coin in inverted commas, down there at 0.016. This is one of these ones which has got a couple of flashes up above for us to go up, which gives a very good opportunity for profit making potential. Looking at this in terms of the rough, anywhere in that region up to anywhere in that region is going to give you a 30% move, perhaps plus, on what is a relatively short-term time frame, especially in terms of crypto land. 24-hour time frame, just to kind of put all of this story into perspective and kind of realize where we are. We are, of course, down below the cloud, having tested this again. Failure at the 1850 area. This is, of course, 1618 at the minute, if that's how I'm talking about it. 0.01618. If we actually got to 0.01850 and don't manage to take out those highs, then what we're doing here is looking at a negative, a fairly negative situation in the here and now, being below this cloud on the 24-hour time frame, pulling back, looking to try and put on a positive show for us all, and then of course taking out these lows down below here would be very, very negative. Just in terms of the profit taken coming in, the potential for us at 1805 or 1850, that's a big deal, but we could of course move on beyond that with with you know, a good degree of positivity. All we really need to do is see us moving up above the cloud again in terms of this simple thing. As soon as I sort of sort this fibs out here so that you can see the screen a bit clearer, then we can see that that movement up above all of this and managing to live above the cloud changes the dynamic fairly significantly in terms of the here and now of the thing. It's wise to think about this in terms of the range where we are just now on this, in terms of if we could consolidate within this zone, and also whether or not we've actually broken out of this area. If this turns out to be a failed you know, a wedge here which doesn't get the full move potential outside of this zone, then failed wedges become parallel channels. So putting the drawings back on again and thinking about this is like that while there is the potential for this to overall be upward, to try and kind of trade within the range, because you don't know if this is kind of going to turn wedgy in the bigger you know, along the lines of that bigger picture. Really, you know, just kind of trade within this range. Extensions outside of it very, very good, but you know, this would be this if we make it back up above into the 1850, above that 1850 area, you're looking to maybe just trade within this range, I suppose, really. Yeah, that would be how I would be looking at that one, I think, probably. Until of course, you know, you're breaking beyond the highs, but just taking profits in there because there's so much to be had. Sorry, beyond that is very greedy. Look at the movement within the range itself is 61%, right? That's nuts. Okay, so like, you know, this is me not saying, oh, you know, because there's just $2 to be had here and let's forget about the hundreds up above. No, 61% move there. We're not. It's not kind of messing around. This turning into convergence, bearish convergence, as opposed to hidden bullish divergence, would be very bad, and it would be the fulfillment of that fuller measured move here against the wedge. You know, if I draw this in, looking at the range of the wedge being the high up there at 27 to the low down there at 13, then you're looking at a 14-cent move, and an asset which is 16 going down 4, you know, not 14-cent, but an asset which is 16 going down 14 is you know, that's another 90% of it lost. It's ridiculous. So you wouldn't be wanting to be involved in there if there's volatility to be had here. It's not to be a surprise given the potential kind of scare that could happen with that follow through, especially when you consider that as well we actually have been as low as 0.007, which is more than 50% off from where we are currently right now with regards to the recent lows to highs, you know, and measuring that out in terms of the where we've come from, going down to the 618, we didn't quite fully get there. Linear style, as it happens. Yeah, linearly we came down to that 618, you know, in terms of that. So that's kind of to be looking at. This last low here operating as support for us though, is one of these bullshit lows that we've covered so often, you know. This is actually where the support had to come in at. So we pushed beyond the 618, and it's a question, you know, if we actually get that follow through, then it's obviously brown trousers time on that front. So we're looking for this to do better. And continuation is the name of the game, and we have been positive on this one since June, from the broader picture, right? Even with this massive recent crash in prices where we've seen them dropping off like 50% a couple of times. Cool, covered that one in fairly good detail. So take a look at Tesla now. Yeah, Tesla, Elon himself asking me to do this. Right, we're still kind of concerned about the 448 point, right, down there at that zone, so we're going to be aware of it. In terms of the moves recently, yes, we had the D come in, we got to our T1 in terms of harmonics on this, and that's decent. So shout out to Scott Carney. Like I say, credit where it's due. I don't ever hide it from people. So we've actually done a move from the D point up to the T1, back down here, given it a retest in this zone. Could kind of, you know, look to a number of different factors to try and do your analysis on this one. Let's just kind of stick to what we've been doing so far. 4-hour time frame, you could be looking to kind of, you know, this could have been where the bounce was, but you've got the cloud here to give us that kind of that guide. Let's just look at a couple of different time frames to see where we are with it. So the 1-hour time frame showing us that we're below the cloud. So nice dynamic here between us and the 4 hours, the 1 hour. That was the 24, was it then? Yeah, the 24. Great. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, the 24. So if we want to be negative for the next couple of days, you know, the next day or two, we could see the prices drop down to sort of 9 971. Managing risk there from a broader perspective is fair, or the D point would be where you'd need to kind of manage risk at. So you could manage it at 950 again, I suppose, if you're, you know, in terms of the long side scenario here. T1 haven't happened. Pay yourself. That would be where Scott Carney would talk about paying yourself if you're looking at this from a harmonics perspective as it happens. So to align with that conversation that we just had earlier with regards to paying yourself, let's just leave that harmonic to the side there and kind of make an assessment of where we are so far, and bear in mind that we're below the 236 time frame. This is the 4-hour time frame, and you can see that we previously came up towards the top end of the cloud and pushed back down below it, and we are below it here, putting in what was an equal low. At this point I'm going to bring up the oscillators and just see if we're getting some bullish divergence, because it's kind of class B, but it's there. So that's good to see with this. It's not really, you know, it's class B, but it's there. Is that fair? Is that really fair? If I look at it like that, it's within pennies. It's pretty much there. It's not, you know, it's technically it's not there, but the ethos, the sentimentality of it probably is. Sentiment of it probably is. So yeah. So but we can maybe be a bit more positive on this, taking out the 236 there at 1018. So dropping down then to the 1 hour time frame and seeing that 1018 lines up with the sort of the shallowest retrace that you'd be looking to if we did take out the you know, if we're actually getting that move between a 236 and the next Fibonacci area, lines up perfectly with that 1 hour Fibonacci. So we're getting a good bit of confluence in here at that zone, and jump back up to the 4 hour time frame. That would take us into the cloud, but it would be a rejection based off of a lower high. So if we're looking at this from the kind of, you know, just ignoring that harmonic drawn in on the left just there, and kind of considering this zone here as a wedge and asking about this could be the sort of fake out breakouts of it, of this move. You could also have been like looking at this on a smaller time frame probably, and getting a wedge on just a bit tighter here and asking, is this if this is a retest of it. So looking back, there was a gap there in the 1 hour time frame. We did come in and fill as well, so that's cool to see. I've actually been ignoring looking out for flashes as I've looked around here, so I didn't see on the 4. There's the 1, right? So there's a couple of different perspectives about why we could be here from that point of view, and there's probably is prior bullish divergences. Yeah, absolutely, because of course we identify the 2 potential type wedge structures there running us down to the D point initially, and then, you know, accounting for this potential either breakout and retest, or indeed the bigger wedge. A failed wedge becoming a parallel channel, like I've talked about there, is like kind of, you know, it's worth actually talking about it from being 2 wedges as opposed to being a parallel channel, with the potential for this positive case if we're actually able to coincide this with all the other TA here. We have a gap up above us, so we can remember that if we do come up towards the top end of the 382, we've got another degree of confluence just in here with the gap, right? So we're building up a picture, right? I know that things move fairly quickly for us, so let's just do a quick kind of recap on it. 24-hour time frame, you could be potentially bearish on this for a big move towards the downside, having seen a really big move towards the top side happen over the period of a long bullish trend since all the way back here in the in at around about $76 in March 2020, when Elon was having to close the factories due to pandemics and stuff like that. So measuring in this massive move from the lows to those highs is better done on the logarithmic chart, because we know that this has moved in such a massive degree that it's going to be easier to see this in terms of relative percentage moves rather than so much in terms of absolute dollar value individual arithmetically, so to speak. So measuring in then from this low to the high, give me that's roughly there to the high, the 236 Fibonacci retracement point, where you can start looking to these big movements potential for the downside, you know, against that whole over upward trend, is actually above that flash, is at where our last couple of lows were on the chart. So here, these 2 inflection points just here, which really draws the eye. So so this is a target which is very far away from where we are now, and we're kind of wondering about what's going on up here and whether or not we'd see any further movement towards the downside or get movements up the way. So we're trying, this is overall an upward trend. There's potential for a big downward pullback. We're very far away from that. There could be stuff to be traded in here or in here in the meantime. What are the chances of either of these? There's a bigger move for another day. 4-hour time frame, you can see that in a bit more detail, seeing that these 2 points are very important. So what we're going to do is we're going to measure from the lows here towards the highs, and we've looked at along the way at things like the Ichimoku Cloud in the here and now, which will be expressed on a smaller term time frame shortly when we get round to that. So from the lows to the high in here, we're going to do this, and we're going to see that this is actually happening just below the 236. This is a valid Fibonacci retrace, could give us the potential for this ziggy-zaggy set of moves down here, carrying us down towards maybe the 618 golden pocket, which would be in around about the price point of 726, maybe 750. Big moves when you're talking about things at $1,000. That's a 30% odd, 25% move towards the downside, something in those regions, depending on how you would get in on that one. So that's a potential for us to look for if we see the prices remain below 10,029, currently 10,011 cents. So this is right now got the volatility as people are making their minds up about this sort of a question. Let's get more detail by zooming on into the story, knowing where we have our current scenario playing out for us. Here's the Ichimoku Cloud up above us, showing that there's resistance, and it ties up fairly neatly with kind of moving beyond this thing, but staying within it is just the start of a tentative upward trend. Getting outside of it challenges the market structure on any potential fake out move. So what kind of trend, what kind of bigger picture story could this be in? And you've got this overall wedge type structure, and these bleed on down and down the time frames for us as we're looking at the potential moves, which could carry us on up the way if this is just consolidation. But we're being prudent about this consolidation, bearing in mind that we know that these moves towards the downside have taken us below the 236, which we know is an important price point for us on this chart. So then we move on down towards the 1 hour time frame, and we can see that there's this dynamic immediately ahead of us. Now we can look at the lows like we have done already, see that there's bullish divergence, which gives us good reasons to think that it's worth catching a knife in this zone. And we look towards these previous lows and this low that we've had, and we can think about how we could manage risk on trades in this area, and we can consider two different ways of doing it. One, trading within the range, where you're managing risk by saying that we don't want to see anything that moves beyond, say, our Fibonacci, our next Fibonacci level, but we're happy to have a nice risk to reward of something like 3 to 1. Playing it safer, you can get 1.5 to 1 out of this thing, or 2 to 1, etc. with playing it safer, if that was one way of looking at it. Or you're looking at maybe moving here and being kind of greedy and front running a breakout on the trend, or you're looking for confirmation of moving above the trend, all of which happens to tie in very nicely with the Ichimoku Cloud from where we are now on the 4 hour time frame, and as we look down the way in and around our zones as to whether or not we're making it up for those regions, where we're making it, where we can get into those regions, we can look for confluence up above, such as the gap here at the top, for us to be looking for in terms of where there could be inflection that would operate within the range. And then of course we can look for the fake out territories of the move for on the higher time frame, the 1 hour time frame Ichimoku clouds, for the fake out territories or the moves just here, and then for the bigger time frames up towards the 24-hour time frame again. What do we have again? Because was it what did I say here at the start of the 24-hour time frame? Oh, the 24-hour time frame. Yeah, okay. So the 24-hour time frame then is trading within the range of this wedge as well. So there's the two different stories that you could be trying to do on all the different time frames, depending on which particular sort of strategy that you're adopting on this one, with the overall mood of prudence because of the region that this is happening at as being below this little line, which is only $10 or $20, let's call it, away from where we are now on a stock which is valued at over $1,000. So it's very easy, which gives us the luxury of being able to trade this. There's also, you could also look at this, by the way, as being a descending triangle, which is obviously the more bearish outlook from it. The falling wedge has got the bullish outlook from it. If we do go down, I'm aiming for a 618. If you wanted to take shorts on this, you could try and manage them with very much the same strategy, looking towards movements below the 24-hour Ichimoku Cloud, looking for movements below the wedge, taking out the market structure, and of course then sort of aspects where you're going to see things like failure to break up above the Ichimoku Cloud, failure to break up above the Ichimoku Cloud, without getting away with it, without, you know, retesting it and pushing back down. This gap that we had below the Ichimoku Cloud showing us that if we did retest the cloud, we're almost certainly going to retest the lower end of the cloud, not just the cloud itself. So you could say, I'll take profit there because I know we're going to here. Then of course you're going to manage risk if you'd wanted to be super bullish on it at a bounce at the cloud there, but we're below the cloud here. And what this adds up to is, of course, a movement above the cloud which failed upon its retest. So what we're looking for is movement above the cloud which does not fail upon its retest. Here we had some movements above the cloud, left a gap down below. So we don't want to leave artifacts on there which are going to be like little concrete shoes for us or give us any sort of additional risk. The additional risk at the minute for people is, of course, towards the top side. So there's be the bears that are accounting for that additional risk. And that's where we are at Tesla. I think that's pretty comprehensive. I could obviously look at other things like I do. I tend to mention these things at times when I've gone on in further amounts of detail, like how I could have mentioned dynamics in the RSI. Bearish, obviously, just there on that time frame, 4-hour time frame, defending the bearish control zone, being bullish overall, and continuation being the name of the game, things like that. I could obviously talk about the bullish divergence between these lows that have come in here at the top here, which is nice to see bullish divergence. But there is the negative cross on the ADX. We're obviously in chop territory, and to be making assertions about trend when the ADX is completely losing it on the 24-hour time frame, and there's this big negative target down below, and we're below the 236 on the from the kind of the pivot that we see here, that you know, then we'd have to ask questions about that. Incidentally, where would in terms of nice speculation and stuff like that, where are the Fibonacci numbers here as it stands on this one? Logarithmic chart, the linear chart here. So from a Scott Carney point of view, he likes the 113 as a sort of bounce zone. If we were to actually see a big drop down here, this would be potential for him to talk about a hop. You know, like you know, a nice little bounce zone for us right on this flash here. If there's something to be worked out in that one, there could be, I don't know, but just in terms of it being a number, there is a reason where you could see something happen there. It's of interest, you know, in terms of extensions. The 1618, obviously miles and miles and miles away. You're looking at going down to $116, and the bearishness side of things on this one obviously are discussions for some other day. You know, after we've beyond the story that we've already covered, haven't covered all the prudence aspect of the bullishness that you might have, you know, residual bullishness with the prudence. Strong opinions weakly held, as Peter Brandt always likes to say. By the way, my name's Rocky Outcrop. If you are just tuning in here for the first time, this is a live technical analysis show. I'm usually on camera. I've got a silly little picture in the bottom left here, just for fun. So do say hello, drop a chat message in sometime, and I'll be reading the chat again shortly. Happy Friday. That was some awesome TA on GME. Thanks so much, Apple, for the $20. That's so cool. Elon Musk tipped 420. I'm in. Thanks, Elon. He's in. Oh, check it out. Elon Musk. He tipped 420. He said, give me Tesla TA and I'll agree to a Christmas special. Now Elon Musk tipped back for another 420. Is that a joint? I'm in. Excellent stuff. Brilliant. Wow. Elon Musk for a Christmas special. A Christmas special with Elon Musk. Wow, that's amazing. Be sure to get in your tweets out about that one. Wow, amazing. Thanks, Elon. Brilliant. Can't wait. TradeSpawn's in the chat there. I'm sure you'll probably be hooking this up with TradeSpawn as well. Fantastic stuff. Really brilliant, excellent, great stuff. Thanks for that, Elon. Did you see that? Everybody please as well in the chat say thanks to Elon Musk for that. Do say Outcropticians and Doomslayers amongst you, do give a good thanks to Elon Musk for just the amazing support he's shown to the show after having done some Tesla analysis there. That's so amazing. Really inspirational dude. Right, cool. So what's the chat? What is the chat? Somebody said my name. You say my name, Kachito. Super helpful Virginia Woolf stuff right there. Oi, don't mention Virginia Woolf. Nobody talks about her around here. God, right. Whoa, jeepers creepers. I'm not talking to anybody in particular, only in a general sense. Excellent stuff. That's kind of one of my disclaimers at times as well. Chris, appreciate you, fellow Chris. Chris squared. I'm also known as generic Chris. Wow. Drop it like it's hot, says Sarah. Only to say that missing out is more powerful than losing in terms of which drives us to question our strategy. Emotional stuff in there. Absolutely. By the way, RR went up to 162 for 1 minute. OMGs. OMG. That's right. Ooh, my good. RR. Where is it? RR. Why is it lying to me? There it is. RR. No, not 3 R's. RR. Right. Whoa. So it did for 1 minute. Oh. Only takes a minute, girl. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Right, okay, so what was that? Like some sort of fat finger? What volume are we talking here? Didn't take much volume. That would a foray into the upper echelons of price without having to require much foray to do it. At the very least, it indicates that there's light order books there. Maybe we'll talk about long upper shadows, etc. Whatever, long lower shadows indicating potential upper price movement. Low volume on this one, you know, there's the cloud up above us. If we do actually get follow through in here, this could be a shining light showing us the shining way, but we don't obviously don't want it to be just a big old shiny jobby. So we'll be keeping an eye out for this, you know, the obvious kind of in your face rejection aspect towards this. We obviously did fill in the gap there, so that's that gap taken care of, kind of washed through any potential gap on any potential time frame for any of this zone for a wee while. So we get into that zone? We did not. So that's cool to see. This one just here, there might have been a little tasty bit of a gap just here. Think there was. People are interested in this. They should be, because it's me. I'm talking and I'm really cool. Ah, damn, I hit the drawings and then I did a couple of lines on top and then I put the drawings back on, then I took them off again. So that was, I don't know, not that much use. So where is this thing? Where is this thing? Where is she? Oh, it did get filled in the end anyway, that gap. No, it wasn't there. Was it there? Who cares? No, it was where the wick was. This is why the drawings are helpful. In here, was it? Was it? Was it? Was it? Was it? No, it wasn't. Was it? Was it? Bum 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 bum. No, it wasn't really. That's okay. So, well, that's 24-hour time frame. You know, market's just closed, has it? Oh my goodness, the market closed on the Friday on this thing. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, well, that's the market just closed. Oh, well, hey. Oh, well, stiff upper lip. Right. Well, jolly good show, Rolls-Royce. That was very good. Let's enjoy it for a while. We moved up to 161 for just a minute today. That's amazing. Sorry, what? Is it still open? What time is it? Just get my little watch up there. Delayed. Quotes are delayed. 15 minutes. Yeah, because I'm not paying for British data. 5:30. My neck is sore, man. My neck is sore. Is this? I'm looking at the charts down here with like got a hood on. Maybe that's making it. Right, that might be it. That might be it. Only takes a minute, girl. Why am I singing that stupid song? Right, so this thing here, this is an interestingly huge candle. I really don't know what the details will be behind this, but it does show that there's obviously a lack of depth to the order book. There was a big candle to go along with it, but this is kind of, we can see here there's a big candle here. In the past, it only moved us this much. There's been a big candle. There's been another big volume candle here, and it only moved us, like nothing. Moved us nothing. This one, big volume candle, moved us all the way up there. I wonder if there's any chance of this being a misprint or any of that sort of stuff or whatever on the chart. So something to be wonderings. I wonder if anybody had any exits on that, had it honored by their broker. What time is it at? What was it at? It was at 1606. 1606. British time. Right. Jolly good show, chaps. Thanks so much for the RRs. Right, anyway, let's go back over to GME and see how it got on. Oh, I was looking at AMC earlier on, and it was getting on doing stuff, wasn't it? Right, cool. So we left this. Sometimes you say to yourself, you could be on tilt, whatever, good to do. When were we last talking about this? How long ago was it? Couldn't have been half an hour ago, could it? Could it? Maybe it was. When was it? If I put the drawings back on, might be a clue. Oh, it was when it was down at these lows. Yeah, we pushed a little bit further and then we came back up again. Yeah, you'd have been invited to draw on your own sort of channel that wasn't so bendy or whatever. I don't know. And then we've continued up the way. So this has done this like this so far, pushing in here a wee bit, defending the neutral line. That could be quite good. That could be quite good. We're back at 150. Back at 150. 4-hour time frame has got what now? 55 minutes left on it. So we are doing okay in terms of this weekly question. I mean, the 4-hour time frame was just for out of interest, right? But we're doing okay on this. We want to, obviously we're still a couple of bucks away from where we are looking to be by the end of the week. Now, you know, this obviously will resonate with a lot of people. The closure being here lower than it, and you know the kind of the negative atmosphere that could then persist as a result of it. And that couple of dollars, you know, it really does make a difference in terms of the closures. But if it does close down, there'll be like tons of people asking me, like, feeling to themselves, like they're the only one that asked, saying, "Hey, oh, buddy, you said something about this on your show," and I'll think, "Oh, that's the 75th time I've had a question." No, not 75th, but so that we'll kind of cross all those bridges when we come to them, as opposed to trying to make decisions over the weekend about blah 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 blah, you know, and that the markets will be closed for a couple of days and all the rest of it afterwards, and it gives time for the news cycle to end. And there is a kind of there is that cyclical nature in terms of how things can go. The area that's here as well is like we discussed that then. I'm not going to work on hypotheticals, even though obviously that is the way that is right now. The weeks I'm not going to be streaming at market close, and that'll be a job for the sort of the weekend and Monday. Cool. AMC was what we were looking at as well earlier. That kind of ditched, and maybe I should check the super chat jobbies again. Did somebody maybe do something? I'm not sure. Where is this? Where is she? Where is she? Who is she? For people who wonder when I do that, that's me quoting, I don't know what, 2008 Big Brother, something like that, UK Big. So it's not very great quote. That's that's cool. Jimmy's showing me some real cool stuff over there. There's some real cool stuff over there that Jimmy's showing me on his phone at the minute. Some artwork. It's cool. Pardon? From H. H has just done some artwork that Jimmy's just showing me on my phone. Live reactions to artwork from H with Rocky. Woo! It's cool stuff. It's really cool stuff. It looks cool. So my initial reactions, it looks cool. It's NFT stuff that Jimmy and I are making for the Doomslayers and Outcroptician community with Harriet's help, and things look like they're sort of progressing in a nice way, and it's cool to see. So that'll be a conversation that I can have later on. But my initial reactions to that is warm and fuzzy positive feelings, and I hope that goes out into the audience as well. Let me know, are you getting warm and fuzzy positive feelings? We should totally do a poll, by the way, shouldn't we? That's what we should totally do, a poll as well. Let's do a poll. Shall we do a poll, chaps? Observe yourself. Rock Outcrop, amazing TA today as always. Thank you. Got to get to work. See you all later on for Trade Slush, and see you later, Sash. Hope you're having a great day. Hope your work's going well. Rock Outcrop, jeepers, it's nearly 5 p.m. GT. Get yourself a cuppa. Yeah, get myself a cuppa. Yeah, come on. Is it break time? I'll at least have a break. I could just go for a break now, but I don't want to lose tons of viewers going and having a break or whatever. God, these things happen. What? I don't know if I've got the energy for that. I don't really know if I got the energy for that. So maybe Jimmy's giving me ideas, suggestions. Ghostly Spirit of Luke Spears, Rocky and Chris T and Chill both have great videos on it. Cool. That's some chat there. I'm kind of not really privy to what the previous one was. I am privy to it, just have to scroll up. The Cloud is his girlfriend. Oh, that's nice, thanks. Ghost of Dead Money, lol. Jesus guy said they're really great practical examples after watching his how-to video. Why am I not understanding the chat? Chris S changed the display name, though I did like pretending to take credit for other Chris. No more other Chris fakes. Getting a laugh there. Good stuff. Manifest density. Corey, yesterday was the first time my position on GME went on the negative side since I started building it. Wish I could average down, but I'll hodl, no problem. Ah, tears, man. Lol, no need to pardon you two made it happen. Just an update on Discord shenanigans. Oh, wait, what? Who made what happen? What? Specializing in types of TA. We're all going to run the biggest fun in the world. Indeed we are. Still don't regret my 169 buy, cause duh. Also, why is he still alive? Good questions coming in from the audience there. Why are you such a fanny? That's a good one. Good questions, and then you follow up with that one. It's like, yes, agreed. Good questions. Ghost of West Coastonian Tradespawn. We'd love to ask him about AI. Who? He's been trying to warn us for years. Oh, you're talking about Elonsky. Yeah, well, when he comes on the show, we can ask him about AI and all that. Also, you can all let us know what did you think of that movie called AI. I don't know what Elon Musk thought of the movie, but it was a talking point at the time, so we should probably ask him what he thinks of AI as well. Good idea. Any other movies that anybody else wants to ask Elon Musk about? Let us know the title of the movie you'd like us to ask Elon Musk about when he comes on the show. So Kitty flu blows more than it sucks. Lol. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry to hear. I feel better soon. The flu sucks. Oh, Jen, you got the flu. I feel like I chose the perfect day to have the flu and stay in bed with some excellent TA teaching from Rocky Outcrop. Oh, lovely stuff. And you're gonna give you a wee pass on the squats, I suppose, there too, as well. So it's a good day for it. Hope you've got your hubby bringing you cups of tea and jam sandwiches. Part-time player, says Tradespawn. Excellent. Well, you're a fanny too, obviously, Rocky. How dare you? How dare you say such things? Feel free to answer the question yourself. Wait, was there a question? Yeah, I love Farrick's work. Where is she? Batman. Yes, okay, so there's Batman quotes. There's Batman quotes, but there's also whatever it was, 2008 Big Brother in the UK with some idiots on it. Katie, flu blows. Yeah, we've read that chat. I was not a chat. Gosh, I was not a chat. Always repeating himself. What else is going on in the live chat? I heard a bling blong. That means something. Oh, thanks, part-time player. Thanks for all the great answers. Oh, that's right. Oh, it was yourself I was answering earlier on. Oh, you're welcome, man. That's cool with the 690s. Thanks for that. Right, I certainly need a drink, right? Certainly need a drink, so I can put on some music for a couple of minutes as I decide what I'll be doing for the in a couple of minutes. I'll take a couple of minutes to decide what's going to be happening in the next couple of minutes, and I'll use music to keep the vibe going. Hello! I made myself a cup of tea, yeah! And I actually let Jamie do a minute of the silent TA there for us, which is cool. Pretty cool. So we've got a couple of Jamie lines. Got my Jamie lines on the go here. Yeah, right, cool, excellent. Where's my chit chat though? It's been a while since I've seen yous. How you's been getting on? Thanks so much for the donations that have come in the meantime, by the way. Had them up on screen for a second or two there, and I really do appreciate them. So I'll just bring them back up again as well. You got Ear Anonymous, tipping 1341. Thanks so much for that. Red, green, and everything in between. We are with you, Rocky. Cheers. That guy sent 1999 super chat. Thanks for the awesome Tesla Ta. Been swinging it for GME. Got similar targets and confirmation bias is awesome. So thanks a million. That's good. You know, that's it. It's really cool. Like to have the to have that resonance with what you were looking at as well, so that's good to see. Thanks, man, for the info. Part-time player, well, it was yourself earlier on, 690. Thanks again for that with the tippy tips. And what have we got over here? Oh, let's bring the chat up in this middle area. Oh, that was earlier on. Right, cool. So I feel like, oh great, that was that chat. So what have we missed out on? There's that super chat. Let's just scroll up a wee bit here. Oh, I've not missed out on too much chat. That's good stuff. Get quick, better quick. Yeah, totally. Agreed. Get Weller friend. Soon may the Weller friend come. Jen will be better and she'll be fine. Right, Omicron should be called the OMC variant. Oh, it should be, shouldn't it? Let's get a petition on the go. Katie, oh wait, that was all ages ago. Gosh, I was not a cat. You just keep on repeating yourself. Oh, too. Only Fanny's watched Big Brother. Oh, I know, but it's 2008, different times. Where is she? That's Batman. Gosh, that was still ages ago. Why start the fib on Tesla where you did versus at the start of the Flash? Where did I actually do it on Tesla? That's the thing. I can't remember where I did it on it. That's GameStop on the right. I'll just let's go back to the one chart for now. This is AMC. I'm loving the white candles being back again. If you're new to the channel here and you wonder why I got white candles on, it's well, you'll learn over time. It helps you. It helps. But that's not the reason. The reason right now today is earlier on the show it made sense to have them on, so you can find that and it explains it then at the time, and as well because I quite like it. So you know. Obviously when it's like a tiny little doji like this, you can't tell if it's positive or negative, but it's a doji, so it makes no difference. And then in the other candles you can tell by the current price bar very easily, or current price line very easily, what the type of candle it is anyway, if you're worried. You can also change the volume candles if you want to see it that way too. I'm not about right anyway. What am I looking at here? GME. Yeah, I wanted to take a look at Tesla though, to see where I'd draw in that thingy and what the ask that question was, because I can't remember now. Well, there'll have been great reasons for it, don't doubt it, but what they are off the top of my head right now I can't remember. Oh, where's there? That was missing from the analysis, by the way, I suppose. So there's that gap. Yeah, and that gap there. So both of them remain unfilled as it is right now, by the way. So there we have it, going to 382 during trading hours, you know, as opposed to just gap in there would fill that in. There are other gaps along the way. For people who wonder about gaps and how often they need to get filled, etc., you can see good examples of gaps and when and where and do they and how do they get filled and whatever on the SPY over here in terms of like the ability to say gaps don't need to get filled. They can stay on the charts for a long time without being filled. And equally, the ability to say, when you look back at these gaps all the way over here, which could have stayed on the charts forever, yada yada, you could have had that chat that actually did come down and fill these things in, and stuff like that. You know, you can say stuff like that. Anyway, matey, the reason I drew the Fibonacci in the way I drew it in was probably to make some sort of point at the time, which would be interesting to have made at the time, man. It'll probably have made some sense. I tend not to piss about with my Fibonacci's. You know, if I remember drawing them in from an unusual location, I would tend to explain. So if I drew it in from a low, it was probably because that was probably the correct place to draw in from. And if I drew it in from the flash line, it'll have been to make a point about the flash line itself. But to have drawn it in from where I drew it in from is because I'm looking at the TA of the overall ranges and price, you know, the pivot points and price points in the market, the overall moves that are there, to make those measurements against, to see how the markets are responding in the lead in to those potential targets, you know, like as opposed to measuring from the potential target. Because when I talk about this as being like an X indicator, of course, it establishes itself as a target on the charts, and I'm looking to see how the TA is getting on before. So for this, you know, here in this gap on, or this chart, the SPY chart, for example, you could have measured the Fibonacci in from a couple of key locations. You know, there was this big inflection point right here where I've drawn an arrow in the past. Then there's obviously the second one where it came in at, say you're measuring from there, you would know that the flash was at the 50% line as like an example. Now the Tesla one, I think I was talking about movements beyond the flash or something like that, or movements, you know, oh wait, why I drew it in from there. I was trying, I had the charts were going up, and there was the real low here in March 2020, and I was trying to draw in a point about the overall trend and where we established from there. So that was the first reason I drew it in from there. And then when we zoomed in a bit, there was another fib I drew in from up here, and that was because the 236 was touched twice on the... Man, actually, tell you what, at the time I explained why I drew the fibs, and I remember now that actually I explained it at the time really perfectly. So with the greatest of respect, I explained it perfectly at the time, you bollocks face, yeah. Right, anyway, cool. Rocky Outcrop, may I recommend a dram of Glenfarclas 15-year-old? You may, in fact. Friday, it's Friday, yeah, and I have a bottle on my shelf. You can do it at Trade Sploshing. Oh, well, I mean, you have to join Trade Splosh and do it. Right, Rocky, 3D bank. I'm having a cup of tea now. Wait, were you recommending it for the here and now? Sorry, no, I can't have it now. I'm having it during Trade Sploshing. I have to wait for the old sploshies first. I'll wait for the old splishy splosh for a drink of that. I'll not have it just yet. But yes, you can recommend it. It's on the list for sure today. There'll probably be like 2 cups of tea or 3 cups of tea between here and there, though. Today might be the day I finally average below $200 a share for GME. Lol, 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 cryface, cryface, cryface. Well, what a lovely kind of upside down comment that is. Thanks for the awesome Tesla tea. Oh, we read that. Thanks so much, that guy. That's really appreciated. Oh, thank you so much. Cuddling my 3-year-old who's also sick. Oh, what came first, chicken and an egg? Who made who sick? Probably her making you sick, huh? That's cool. Or him, I should say, I suppose. Listening to Rocky Outcrop's soothing TA voice with Cinderella showing as a backdrop. That's so cool. That's so cool. I hope my music isn't actually off-putting. I'll turn the music down just a little bit, just so it doesn't give you those, just a little bit less of the music, just so it doesn't give you any too off-puttingness as you're trying to relax and it's maybe too energetic. I know, a couple of decibels off there. Cool. So time to go work stuff. Love you all. Love you too, Sauce. Have a good day. Sounds like quite a nice sick day. That is quite a nice sick day. Apple is another I'm watching for huge downside. Thoughts? Well, we could take a look at that, I suppose. That guy, that's cool. We could take a look at that. Pretty sure these tunes were constructed on a Commodore 64. Yes, I think they were. That guy need for a word you can't say on YouTube reserves 20%. Ah, right. Okay, so deserve, you know, the Apple who paid 200 and something billion to China to keep the stuff going during yeah, sure. Raphael just been watching the bearish divergence on every high for the last month on every time frame, if I'm seeing it right. Sa-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Aw, poor pet. Aw. Friends, good to see you, matey. Or and I'm assuming it's yourself. Good to see you. How's the wife? Ghostly spirit of Luke Spears. Lol. Happy to be here. Good to see you. How can you tell if a girl is ticklish or not? Says I was not a cat. Yeah, give her a couple of testicles. That's silly. You're silly. You're silly, but I like it. Tickle her, said Joe. Good idea. Good idea. You wouldn't know. Yeah, but no, that was good. I like it. Only 2 though. You're right. Haven't met a girl yet who wasn't ticklish. That's true. Haven't met a human yet that wasn't ticklish. All the other ones are just liars. When Rocky and Trade Spotting plushies. Are those wee toys? That'd be cool. Lol. He sounds cute. Ooh, wait, who sounds cute? Next question my son asks is, what with this drawing? My son looks at the stream and is it GameStop, Papa? Yes! What with this drawing? Oh, this drawing is a bit of a mess, isn't it? Need to let's make it better. This isn't actually, let's get GME up, right? That's all messy, isn't it? So let's go down to somewhere we've got a bit more drawing space. So what do we want to draw in here? We can draw a yellow submarine. So yellow submarine, right? There we go. That's slightly better. I mean, I know that I'm not exactly, you know, Van Gogh over here with the drawings and whatnot, but we've got a yellow submarine. Maybe it looks too much like a fish with that eye on there, sort of thing. Maybe it needs to be more central. Yeah, more central on it. There we go. We'll just make that. Actually, no, we'll just leave it alone. No, tiny wee ones. Maybe that looks more submarine-y. I don't know. I'm not James Cameron over here. I don't have very many submarines kicking about. I actually did order a submarine from China one time. And they tried sending it over, but it didn't arrive. And then it ended up getting put inside an incinerator at the Royal Mail. It wasn't a real submarine, thankfully, so it didn't actually cause any sort of international incidents or anything. It was just a little plastic one that you put in the bath. So didn't need to report it or anything. Didn't make news headlines. It was really this is the first anybody else has really ever heard of it, to be honest with you. So it went under the radar. Right, anyway, what else is going on in the chit chat world? Best in the world. Awesome. Thanks so much. You're welcome, Adele. Ooh, Sarah is back by Favy. Aha! You've got Favy's. Who's Sarah? She's by Katie. Oh, by Katie. Bait Buckets movement. Kevin, an apple. Oh, aye, an apple. Yellow potato. Okay. Don't forget the conning tower, Rocky. Oh, aye, the conning tower. Right. Ah, damn, I did. To build this in. Where would it come? Like, I've not given. This is more of a James Cameron style submarine with a weird bit on it. Let's give us a bit here, right? There's the conning tower. Should it go behind the periscope? I'm not too sure. I don't know. In this design, they've gone behind for their choice on the tower. What have we got here? What is the strength difference between RSI and ADX? ADX momentum and RSI pressure? I don't know. I get they are a force momentum. Just not sure the context. Bait buckets, man, these things that we're using here are words. That they come from the language of words. And the RSI and the ADX, well, they're maths. And they come from the language of maths. And the words that we use to describe them are human efforts to put a kind of a narrative on top of them, on top of the maths that's there. So you know, it really depends. Like you're given semantics to when you use things like strength, and you know, you put in inverted commas there, you know what you're doing. What's the strength difference between RSI and ADX? ADX momentum and RSI pressure. So I get what you're trying to do there, but it's going to be hard to describe. And that's, well, you know it yourself. So that the difference between them, strength and pressure. Well, yeah, I mean that was what Wells Wilder would have kind of said to you in a sense. It's strength. Although no, what would it be? It's RSI is strength and the ADX is more like momentum, right? So there you go. Which I know puts you in a tough position because momentum and strength are essentially the same things, and the RSI is got strength in the name and it is a momentum oscillator. So I get it, right? I know that, but if you're going to say that. Well, yeah. The thing about it is that the ADX shows the ability of the prices to move and what they have been doing lately, and the RSI shows the strength in which with correspondence to the direction that the prices have been moving. So, like, you know, you want to acknowledge the apples and pears element of what's going on there, given that the ADX calculation is direction neutral in and of itself. So that's kind of what I was getting at when we're there with the sort of the ability to move. Now momentum as well, when I talk about the momentum with the ADX, I often talk about how these questions, they can lead to all sorts of things. I often talk about how sometimes you've got like this thing that happens with price where it just flies and it's going really fast, but it hits off of this wall over here, you know, crash. And then you've got a price which is flying and going really fast, but it's coming around like this, and it's able to keep that momentum in place. Like this object that has this trajectory here has kept most of its momentum in place, and this one here is like, you know, hit off a thing, and then it has that inertia in there to build back in again. So this is much harder to achieve in terms of consistent, in terms of, you know, not how much harder to achieve. That's ridiculous. That's not what I mean. Is this involves inertia, whereas this here tries to maintain some of that inertia, that momentum. By the way, I'm also using kind of the layman's inertia momentum. I mean, technically speaking, from a science point of view, this one involves inertia, and this one has it goes whatever, right? You get the point that I'm trying to make. Again, I do that to myself so often today. So the ADX here is kind of this maintenance of the momentum. So when you've got the instances of the momentum, you've got two kind of areas. I'm not pointing at the charts here, I'm just doing those walls again, and in it this, for instance, this cross in here, right? The momentum is such that the ADX is still above 25. You know, the yellow lines are up here doing well, then the pink line is doing well, it's up above. So the momentum is there. So in this instance of this cross here, would you say that it was like this one where it hits off and goes and it crashes like that, or is it more like this one where the momentum has managed to stay with it during the price action move, and as the prices have moved? So in this region, the whatever momentum had been building up here, it with this downward move was able to carry us up the way. So between the two walls of positive and negative, you know, in our sort of little energy thing, are we pinging back and forth, going and then having to go here and go? Are we doing that, or are we doing you know, whoosh, whoosh, you know, like that. And what we did here was exactly this, whoosh, right? So that's the kind of like a measure of the ability of the prices to move in the direction neutral towards the trend in its movement on average. How liable is it to do that? Which is a measure of momentum as a concept, or inertia, when you talk about relativistic objects and something moving around, you know, so inertia in that sense, right? And then you've got the RSI, which in this instance here obviously came to a low, and there was a low down here as there was this cross here giving you that negative momentum. Actually, you know, as it happens, this turned back around again here, you know, and this is when we saw it kind of, this is the, instead of it going crash, 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 crash with walls and hitting it hard and losing that energy at the peaks and the troughs, it kind of kept it going like more like a surfer and kept going, so it was able to cross back over and just, you know, and rise, and the momentum stayed with us, and we were able to, you know, nice feed of the momentum all the way along here, building up. Just needed to correct during this process here. And then the next time we had like a cross, you know, a dip down the way, whoops, over here, for example, we had this dip down, we didn't get across here, the negative momentum. Here we had the negative momentum. Yes, so we had the positive momentum when we moved up towards 250, etc. All of this stuff, all the positive momentum, and then we actually managed to maintain that momentum as we went into the downward trend. So from this point here, you know, the 23rd of November, going back into the charts, looking up towards the 23rd of November, where does that bring us into? $250. So we managed to move up here, and you could say, oh look, you know, RSI, you've got to the point on the RSI, because the RSI has got more of this tendency to only kind of show you this picture. You can't really see, you can't, right, this is the RSI in terms of your two walls and your object that bounces between them, and then you've got this is what's happening. So these moments when momentum is sustained isn't actually shown on the picture. Instead, what you see as the observer of the RSI is this picture here, right? Whereas with the ADX, you get the picture. It actually does show you the picture of these areas where you're kind of coming into it, and you're actually managing to maintain your momentum, versus whether or not you've actually lost that momentum during the phase change. And in this area here, as we moved up high, we pushed down the way in the ADX here at the time of the cross, was able to maintain its momentum, so much so to the point that we came in here and put in lows compared to all of this previous price action for a good number of months. And that's the difference, right? So I mean, your terms, like, so like, just to go back to your question, bud, the way you asked it was, what is the strength difference between the RSI and the ADX momentum and RSI pressure? I don't know. I get they are a force of momentum, just not sure the context. And it's like, man, the words you're using are going to remain inadequate no matter what. You can't, you're putting in semantics on top of, you know, the maths. So instead, you know, while RSI has strength in the name, ADX of course is the average directional movement, and is a measure of momentum, etc. And they've got them in the names and in the labels in the tin. I hope that my exploration of it was the context, because in isolation, words like strength and that are just semantic islands. They don't mean anything. I don't know. I get they are a force of momentum, just not sure the context. Honestly, without the context, all this other shit is completely meaningless. There's the context for you, and you can just call it whatever you like. So you can call the RSI Pong if you want. You've got your Pong measure there, and then over here you've got your the kendama, or your ball on a stick. Your ball on a stick, yeah, right. You've got your ball and cup thing, right? You know that ball and cup game. Stick a ball on a stick, bat stick, bat game. You know, or whatever. You call it whatever you want, man. Right? But now hopefully you understand it, regardless of language. Right. Let's see if that resonated with anybody. Yellow potato, yeah, we did that. By the way, that's the best explanation that you'll ever get as to the difference between the ADX and how you would use it and all the rest of it. So if you weren't watching and listening along there now, you just missed out on the best one that you're going to get. Done. Did the bulldog really find treasure? All right, that chat. GME, should I sell my Fruit Loops and buy an extra GME now? Interested. Good question. Is there GME's news coming? If there's always GME news coming, my man. Chewy slumps pre-bell Friday on wider than expected Q3 loss. Other Wall Street bets, stocks mixed. Oh, Ryan, what's happening with your companies with worse than expected results? GameStop, Lucid, Digital World Technologies lead Wall Street bet stocks lower. Lucid not doing so great. That's because it's got the SEC knocking on its door for being a bunch of lying bastards. GameStop cracks below a key trend line. Yeah, that's right. It's a TED line. Here's your news. Here's some news. GameStop went below a key trend. Okay, that's old news now. We've completely covered that. Read how analysts reacted to it. Management lays the groundwork to transform. Blah blah blah. Many details remain a mystery. Fair enough. Yeah, of course they do. The analyst says that while selling a broader range of merchandise online is helping to drive some growth, it comes with higher losses. A broader range of merchandise. It's funny. Yeah, fair enough though. It comes with higher losses because it's they're increasing their inventory. I mean, that's not saying anything. Sebastian encourages a bit more transparency around the product roadmap, given the time frame likely needed to transition from a declining physical video game retailer. You know, it's a funny way of putting it, isn't it? You've got Baird saying many details remain a mystery. You've got Sebastian who says a bit more transparency. So it's good to know that this is another quality. Oh, this is Benzinga, is it? Yeah, these are the guys that will give you, you know, these are the worst, or some of the worst. Wedbush analyst Michael Pachter lowered the price target on GameStop to $45 from $50, implying a 72% downside, and kept an underperformed rating on the shares. Right, okay, oh, well, we're going to reduce my price target to 45 from 50. Well done, Wedbush. Like, you know, gosh, right, whatever, mate, seriously. The analyst knows this type of stuff gets given, like, has billions of dollars in that flowing behind it, you know, this type of crap, you know, honestly. The analyst notes the third quarter results. I mean, not that that's not a target, sorry, just that the fact that this guy's changing his target to 45 from 50, he's put it down 10%, and that, you know, the prices have dropped, what, 35%, 36% in the period of 3 weeks, and he's moved his target down $5 and whatever. Great, cool. Price action, GME traded lower by 6.14. It's like, oh, I'm now greedier by 10% more than I was before. Man, if you were just trading this thing and that's what you're actually looking for, like, seriously, why is that news? The analyst notes the third quarter results beat the street's expectations for revenue but lagged on EPS. Well, yeah, that's what it says in the fucking tab on bottom of Trading View. Price action. GME shares traded lower by 6.41% on the last check. All right, last time we checked it. Yeah. Anyway, so I suppose when you say is there news coming, you're like, is there some actual news of something that's just decent coming or whatever? I don't know, man. You're gonna have to go ask the people that like looking at that on a daily basis. Where is the chat? Why are you hiding on me? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you always hiding on me? Cheapers. Oh, well, I don't know what you twos are. That's cool though. From these prices, it won't be open interest driving the market. Maybe she's trying to tell you something, Sarah. I have no idea what she thinks it might escalate to, but I'm not even going to ask. Oh, what could that be? Oh my god, my sister has no sense of humor. I told her about our group sacrifices and she says, well, you would be surprised. Lots of things start as a joke. Dead ass. Guys, I don't have the energy. She's trying to tell us something. She's right. Lots of things did start as a joke, though. They did. Exactly, Sarah. Think back to all the things that you and her started together as jokes, and what outcomes came from there. They do. It's awful. Yeah. All right. The unreasonable and NFTs. Oh, that was what Jimmy was chatting about earlier. Nice in capital letters. We love nice. How can we apply past charts and fancy trends from the past when we don't know what the future brings from one day to the next in a manipulated market? Brilliant, excellent. So if you want to be unhidden on the channel, all you have to do is go onto the Discord and ask. That's other people's jobs, by the way. What I just did. There's other people in there. You'll notice you've got these blue names, guys. You've got these blue names. Anyway, Bait Buckets, Outcrop, thank you. You did a perfect explanation. You knew what I was talking about. I don't word good, ability to move. Cheers a lot up. Yeah, man. I don't word good either. Anyway, I went to that word school for ants. That was the school I went to, literally. Trends can be extrapolated using techniques such as those explained for the last 10 minutes. That sounds about right. Thank you. My mind can't wrap around it when the whole US thing is manipulated mess. What do we say here? It is truth. It is truth. TLS. Do I feel bad about banning that person? Let's put on one other message. The psychology of... Yeah, he seems like a nice person. Psychology of stocks is nuts. Basically, it's don't blink or will be used. Okay, this person's not a troll. They're coming in to chat. I'll unban you, my friend. Look at that. Unbanned. There you go. Well done, blue names. Yous are doing a good job after all, my blue faces. Take it all back. Traceborn, anyway, there you go. That's fun, isn't it? Nice. I hope you enjoyed that banning and unbanning TLS. That was an experience and a half, wasn't it? Well, the Department of Justice can at least pursue criminal charges rather than fines. We'll wait to see some tangible results, though. Yep. I don't think he was doing anything particularly wrong, but you're the boss. Yes, I am the boss. But and I reneged on my own decision because I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. Yeah, man. Great, excellent stuff. Just Bazinga, owned by financial media company based out of Metro Detroit. Yeah, Bazinga. I hate their name. That's the thing. If it's Bloom, as well as everything else about them, it's Bloomberg. So you can't take it that they want the news out. Whether it means anything, will depend on the prosecutor and why they are interested. Interested, indeed. Oh, Jiu-Jitsu, man. You don't need to apologize on behalf of me. You don't need to apologize on behalf of me. That was me. I'm the man with the plan. Stan. Right. How have we been getting on since? We've been doing this thing. Right. What's going on here? 1 minute time frame. Where are we again? 149. Ugh. Blech. Blech. We've got this going on. It's going on. When's this going to stop going on? Overall, how do we like the look of this thing? Is it really like this? Is it what's already there? Like an ascending triangle that had that kind of failure point on it? Not failure, but fake out. That's to continue on and complete the ascending triangle. Is that how we'll look at this section just now? Right, let's do that. Let's look at it that way for now. I think that what is fair to say is that $150 and that is obviously a big number for us because of all the stuff we've already talked about already so far. That's the $150 alien man. We're looking for the $150 alien man to go up there. You can tell he's an alien because he's got different eyes to us. He's got $150 for eyes instead of eyeballs, and a mouth. He has a big circle that goes like that. That's what he sounds like, by the way. It's a bit mental, but there he is. He's on the chart and he's making that awful noise constantly. So we want to get out of this zone so we don't have to listen to it anymore. 150. You see, like that. It's awful. So so hopefully we don't have that for too long. As you can see, when we got towards the larger time frames, you can't hear it any longer. You know, so it's just something to kind of bear in mind. You still see our submarine and whatnot, but you can't hear that awful noise anymore. But you can hear it on the lower term time frames, that's for sure. I'm the Ichimoku Cloud at my hand, and stuff like that. Okay, cool. Where's the chat? Why is hiding? Lol, I've fought with one at Halloween. What? $150 alien? Seriously, weird question, but none. It's good to see TLS is back in the chat there. Thank you. I am not a shill. Just frustrated investor, both GME and AMC in my bucket of stocks. Man, yeah, right. Okay, so like the thing is, we talk about manipulated stocks and say, how can X, Y, and Z when manipulated stocks? Right? And these are fair questions to have, and they're questions that, of course, are the questions of somebody who's new to sort of technical analysis. So they believe then that their sort of their safe haven then is fundamentals, and then that they're just simply at the mercy of the market in the meantime, and that there's no way to then predict anything. And they can make a fairly solid argument based on it, but the argument in that way is actually based on a kind of fundamental misunderstanding of what technical analysis actually is. And technical analysis actually is, you know, looking at these sorts of things. You know, manipulation of markets is, you know, an inherent part of bullish divergence on the oscillators. You know, as below the price, you see the bullish divergence, and on the price itself, you see the making lower lows. Then, you know, you've got that kind of insight into what's going on in the markets. Now, this indicator that I've created as well, by the way, shows the manipulation in the markets. I mean, look, you're saying how can you X, Y, and Z when the markets are manipulated, and I can show you right here, for example. Now, this isn't just me. This isn't me got the only example of this to just show you, mate. No, this is an indicator which is specifically designed to show this type of thing, right? And here the price came back down to this region for no reason other. If you want to put it down to the argument that you're making, which is you know, understandable and very fleshed out and very widely spread by a lot of people who are interested in this discussion, and has got very lot of strong voices behind it. But is actually wrong. It's naive and wrong, and that's can be hard to hear, especially if you've been investing for a number of years already, which is, you know, it's just sometimes an outcome. Okay, for some people, you know, they learn these things kind of earlier on, and a lot of people are fortunate to have come across this channel kind of early on in their trading careers. But you can see right here, like, the price is essentially returned to this region for no reason other than probably the reasons that you say you can't trade in a market because it's manipulated. So you'll have probably thought this has come down here because it's manipulated, and I'm able to show from earlier on that the prices probably will come here because they're manipulated, and use technical analysis to show that. So therefore your argument is obviously moot. It's a spurious argument based on it's not your argument, mate. It's the argument that other people put out there. But that argument, with nothing personal about it, that argument as put out there by anybody who puts it out there is clearly wrong. And it's wrong to a degree that it shows you just how naive it is to actually believe it. But there you have it, you know. I'm not here to be the man that shows you behind the curtain and everything else, and to actually, you know, like, you've got your caveat emptor, and you live your own life, and you make your own decisions in life, and whatever, you decide what you want to think. And that I'll just do what I do. What I do works, by the way. You don't know I don't know how it's going for you, right? So yeah, with who? Oh, brilliant. Let's read it through then. Excellent. Let's read through this. Excellent stuff. So there we are. There's the chat from before. Lols. Yay. Bait buckets. Lucid past the 236 ADX above 35, moving upwards with DI plus and RSI on smaller time frame. Cool. Nice one. Let's see if that translates up the way. Hope it does for Lucidians out there. I almost made a dirty joke. Pat's back. Cell phone back. Well done. Look at that. Personal growth and all that sort of stuff. GME will be good. You're fine, says Duo, with a nice happy face on there. Excellent stuff. TLS, I have 3 questions. Cool. This is the conversation coming up here. How many zombies have you killed? Oh, interesting. Yes. I think Jimmy getting to the nitty gritty of things here right away. That was a good set of. I know what's coming. It's good stuff. Yep. You know, right. So this is it. Yeah. So how many zombies have you killed? I've play fought with one at Halloween, says TLS. Aha, I see. Right. Well, that's good. Okay. So that's that answer. And how many people? Says TradeSpawn. None. Seriously, weird question, but none. He doesn't. TLS doesn't know the joke. And then final. Okay, no need for question 3 then. Totally. Yep, that's the way it goes. This is from The Walking Dead, buddy. We will confirm. Be back in a second. TLS, he's kind of a weird guy. Lol. It's endearing once you get accustomed to it. Trace one. Right, guys. We have someone new. Might want to live inside the walls. They passed the questions. You see, they passed the questions. They're obviously not a murderer. The ghost of that just guy says a good time to be a rainbow bear. We might be right to let more people into this idyllic paradise. Even that one. Oh, this is the Holy Grail rope bridge test. No, it's not. It's not the Holy Grail rope bridge test. I mean, it kind of is. It's the this is the Walking Dead. It's the Walking Dead. It's the Walking Dead. TLS, are you still around? I hope you're still around. Yeah. It's the Walking Dead. Can't believe people didn't see that and nobody got it. Apparently, one of the most watched TV shows at the time. Whenever Rick was making those questions, do you remember Rick walking around? You know, he was talking, there was Rick, he was walking around, he was talking about stuff, and stuff was definitely happening. And then, like, years went by, Rick disappeared, I don't know, The Walking Dead. You know that show that happened? It was really good at the time, and he asked people those questions, and it was pretty neat, actually. So anyway, cool, anyway, so somebody must have recognized that out there. I can't believe nobody would. It's been a while since the Doomslayer sacrificed themselves on the Gamma Ramp. Yes, that's right, well, we clearly need the Gamma Ramp sacrifices. I can't believe you Doomslayers have been letting the prices down. You can see the correlation, the direct correlation. The direct correlation between the downward prices and your lack of sacrifices over there. The Gamma Ramp is looking, it needs to get the sangria on it. Come on. TLS, appreciate the explanation. Cool. I work very hard for my income under high morals and ethics. Awesome. So that's what I do here, bucking the YouTube trend, weirdly as it is. You've tuned in the right place. I'm a man of integrity over here. Watching the feeds after hours and not being able to ask questions has been frustrating. Oh, that's cool that you're able to tune in. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Excellent. Yeah, man. So the manipulation is like, I've been trying to show people that for a long time. That manipulation is something that we live with constantly. I mean, there's loads of stuff out there. We do it on purpose. Like the Russian buildings, you know, those big old buildings in Russia. In Russia, if I say to you, you know, the buildings in Russia, and you're like, oh, I have an image in my head of those buildings. I mean, they were done in that way on purpose in order to manipulate the people around them. It's commonly known, you know, the big buildings and that to create the strength, this impression. The world is manipulated around us constantly. We do that as human beings. It's what separates us from the animals, is the ability to manipulate the world. So everything that happens in the world at all times is a result of manipulation from one point or another. So it's the degree which you say things are being manipulated and how are they being manipulated and to what extent it's measurable. The question of justice, I think, is a beautiful one in America. Not justice, but individual liberty. And it's expressed really well in terms, in my opinion, in terms that people are given the right to choose the risks that they want to take in life. You know, whether that's, you know, owning a gun or going to a rally, you know, like a demonstration, or you know, whatever it happens to be, or to risk their money on a stock. They've got their right to choose what risks they want to take. You know, they can smoke if they want to, they can drink if they want to. It's all within reason. You know, it's anything reasonable. It's your right to be able to choose which risks you want to take in life, and that's what it is. It's always everything we do at all times as human beings, as we express our ability to actually interact with and manipulate the world around us, is a determination of what risks that we want to take in life. Do you want to just stay indoors all the time and never, you know, go outside and risk being run over by a car or whatever? You know, how fast should you be allowed to drive on the roads and all these sorts of things. So there's so much stuff about it. Now I know that kind of seems like I'm going completely off piste, but I'm not. The question is, what is manipulation and how does it impact the world? And if it does it and those charts themselves are a measure of human psychology, and if we're somewhat consistent, and we know we are, because history does tend to repeat itself and we make the same mistakes as the generations have gone before us, it just is the way of the world. And if we can accept these sort of human tendencies and traits and natures to be true and consistent across time and immutable to an extent, then we can chart this stuff out, and that's what we do. And we get really sophisticated doing it, and being able to understand at times when manipulation is happening and to be able to measure that to the point at which we don't need to necessarily even call it manipulation. And what type of manipulation are you talking about at any given time anyway? I mean, what's happening in China with Evergrande right now, the whole thing is manipulation from the top to the bottom, left, right, center. The entire thing has always been that way, will always be that way. Speculation is speculating on human nature as much as anything else, and so long as we can stay consistent, then we can all make speculations off the back of it. Man, you're in the right place. It's good to see that you know, if you work so hard, then you're going to want to maximize the time that you get to see everything else. So you're here in the right place amongst friends, part of the rising tide. Hopefully accelerate something, some parts of this life for you, give you a bit more freedom hopefully over time. But I suppose you'll probably be like everybody else, working so you don't have to work so hard. So all the best with that one, my friend. Crypto Critter, what is up, Rocky and fellow traders? Where are you from, Rocky, if you don't mind me asking? I'm from Scotland. Bonnie, Scotland. Lisa, thank you so much. By the way, you put a comment in yesterday's video, but afterwards in the comments, but it got removed by YouTube and I didn't get to read it. And all I got to see was like the first 10 words of it. And so it was like kind of like along the lines of, hey Rocky, I hope you don't mind, but sorry to say, or something like this. And I was like, what? I don't know. I don't get to see it. All I get to see is ... afterwards. So I don't know. Is it? Let's see, if you want to send me a message, DM me. You can tell me what it was. If there was something up. Good afternoon. Definitely a cult. Oh, that's nice. That's good to know. Yep, I've done all the TA. Yeah. Does anybody else want to join the course? If you want to join the course, then you can join the course. There's linked here, the pinned link at the top of the chat there has got a link to it. It's also linked in the description of this video if you don't see the chat later on in the watching times. So check that out. It's really good value. It's only 750 quid. We've deliberately priced it, I think, at a decent price point. It was 750 quid for the course, which is like delivered in my head. It's a very high quality. Feedback I've got so far is quite good, and it will continue that way. So, I mean, I don't know, in my head there's also already more than 750 quid's worth of value in there for people, you know. Just following along with that will probably save you more than 750 quid if you've got any degree of seriousness about trading, and that everything else at this point I feel like is almost a bonus, you know. It's that good already, and that's just an intro essentially. So there you go, that's my opinion on it, but I'm not going to hard sell the course ever. It's there, it's available for people who want it. Doing it now while the first cohort do it is the better time to do it for obvious reasons, to do with communication and development and the extra benefit you get, and obviously the threat of me just putting the price up in the future, because you know, when everybody comes back and says, my goodness, that's worth 10 grand, then probably will, right? So anyway, that's that. Cool, excellent, good to see you, by the way, crypto critter. Not true, humans as a species are manipulators. That's right, that's why we've got those thumbs. Kevin, I watched the film Belfast the other night. I've not seen it. The actors in there is really good. Facial expressions are brilliant. That's cool. I watched the film Belfast the other night. Whatever. Right. Vic Vince, Nachu, spot on. We walk the earth to manipulate our surroundings and have some fun. Yes. I already trade splashed with myself a little. Ho ho. Hey, starting the party. Vic Vince. Hey, hey, nice one. Good stuff. All we need to do is do the same thing at the same time and make sure it's the right thing. Absolutely. It's as simple as that. Simple, but not easy. That's correct. Traders just wanna slosh. Oh, traders just wanna get sloshed. Oh, traders just wanna get, just the wanna. Right, anyway, we got excited for the sloshing. Oh yeah, few bevs tonight is on the cards. To be fair, damn, YouTube is still dissing me. That's right, Lisa, sorry, don't know what that's all about, even though I've got you approved. I got my Guinness and waiting for my biryani to arrive. Oh, Guinness and biryani, excellent. Excellent. Wonder why more people don't license out the widget from Guinness. Do you ever think about that? The Guinness do think offer it as a widget, the widget as a licensable thing, because you know Guinness own the patent of the widget. Don't? Yeah, they don't suppose so. Diageo owned that, right? Yeah, okay. There might have been talk before, like 20 years ago when they first did it, that it was a licensable thing or something. Did Diageo buy them? I don't even know. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it? The widget. Do you ever see that inside a can of Guinness? It makes it fun to drink it to the bottom, right out the can, because you get to go jiggle. You know, I actually, yeah, the widget's because it gives you that draft effect as you pour it into a glass. It's pretty cool. I was just joking. But you could also drink it straight out the can and then just rattle the can around inside and you go, ah, widgets. Right, yeah. Right, okay, what else is the chat? Make sure to eat dinner. Good one, good tips. That's a good tip for trade sploshing right there. It's like the Fonzie here. Or drink 2 glasses of milk and a shot of olive oil. Hey, that's what I do. Hey, kids. when not getting drunk was cool. Ha, those days. I've seen the cocktail recipe books from that time though. They got properly splashed back then, no matter what the Fonz told Richie. Don't be like Brady, says CC's Ghost. Yes, that's good tip there. Forgetting to eat the dinner. Don't be like that. I can't wait to watch everyone else get sloshed, says Sarah. You're so good at getting sloshed, Sarah. When you do get sloshed, you're properly commit. I love it. So TraceOne, tonight on sloshing, we will do TA on max 20 tickers. There we have it, max 20 tickers. Play maximum 180 unlicensed songs, maximum, and drink no more than a fridge worth of booze. Then delete the video before sleeping. Lols, if you're in for the YOLOs, then you're in for a good time. Girl in a yellow dress. Hey, is it weird that I hear your voice in my head when I look at charts? Haha, no, it's not weird at all. It's actually really similar to my own experience looking at charts. Lols. This movement outside of this zone, obviously not to the idealist of ideals. Let's then at this stage just take a second to mark out some fake out territory for us. That's roughly a straight line. I think that's kind of a straight line. Let's draw this in here. So we've got our our $150 alien still looking down at us going here at this moment in time on the charts, but we've only made it into fake out territory so far. This last low here as well, this is kind of the fake out territories on this guy, right? Okay, so let's say, like, so we're in this fake out territory here, fake out territory 1. This is the obviously the bullish kind of mentality to this type of scenario. Okay, so we're going to call this FO1 and then we'll call that other one O2. All right, so let's just see if we make it, if we're just get into FO1 or if we go down to FO2 with this one. Ooh, says the $150 alien. We'll keep our eyes on that. Right, yeah, so anyway, as I say, no, it's my own experience as well, so it's definitely not weird, not from my perspective. Gesloshedit. Oh, Gesloshedit. Gesloshedheit. Is that German? That's German for trade sploshing, I guess. Yep, see, Bait Bucket gets it. Bait Buckets gets it. Heart. Trades. Chris Sweeney saying a trades button some up here at some point. It's always about pushing the boundaries. Oh, Cynthia, member for 7 months. Rocket. Look, everybody, this is amazing when you see stuff like this, by the way. Bear in mind that most traders lose their entire accounts like immediately. Like that's the general stat. And then when you see people who are able to be around for a year, you've already done better than 90% of traders in the world, you know. If you think about it, you're competing with people who've got experience. The experience drop-off level after a certain point is so huge. You could think about that learning curve and that graph that you could have. Success. Time. Like, there's some people are extremely successful a very small amount of time, but really the graph kind of looks like that, then kind of goes right down to zero in terms of success for most people, and then like maybe goes up a little bit, and then it goes down a little bit more, and then it goes up a little bit, then it goes down a little bit more, then it goes up a little bit, then it goes down a little bit more, and then it goes right to zero, and then it starts to go up a bit. Okay, and it goes up a bit. You get to like 2 years, there's another drop off. Then you get to like 4 years, there's another drop off, and then you get to this other world, and it's this in terms of success. You know, it's this, and it just keeps going. In terms of like time at trading, because of the amount of people that get washed out at this point here, you're trading amongst the cohort of people which represent, you know, less than 5% of people who start out on this journey ever make it into this section, and it's a lot of it's to do with time. Okay, so it does take a lot of time to get the experience, you know, and I'm accelerating this for a lot of people, you know, so that hopefully you can kind of spend a lot less time doing this section here, and hopefully really kind of, you know, avoid this kind of massive initial drop off as well if possible. You know, it could just be woo straight away. That can happen. It's possible here, trying to create those conditions for people. You know, that's my kind of take on it. So when I see that message popping up and somebody's been around for 7 months, it just makes me think about how far down this chart you are and how great it is to have people around that are like that, and that to know that there's of course like numerous people around who are also in a similar sort of situation. You're allowed to take your pets to trade sloshing now, which is good news. Oh, excellent. Do they have to wear masks? Do the pets have to wear masks at trade sloshing though? They do. Is that when they're at the table, or is that just when they're moving between the tables, or is that everywhere, including the dance floor? Right, so you've heard it there. You can take your pets, but they have to wear their masks. Is Coco coming? Asked Geo Maxwell. Good question. Coco's always been available, but nobody spins the wheel. So there we go. Tragic, really. All dressed up. Oh, says Geo. Nobody is an exaggeration. That's wait, are you talking about how nobody makes it? I don't know. Wait, nobody. Sarah's silly. I don't know what this breaks my heart though. That's true. That's true. Whatever it is, there's definitely interest in heartbreaking stuff. It's probably Sarah's fault, yeah. That's when it rains. It's God crime because Sarah are usually the ghost of dead money. John Smiths use a widget. Do they? Do John Smiths use a widget? Are they also owned by the same folk though? So there you go. Interesting one. Do you also Ghost of Dead Money? Do you also enjoy the drinking the John Smiths out of a can and then just rattling it at the end to say that you know to celebrate that you got to the end of the can? The what they invented the widget for. Nobody is an exaggeration. Why did I read that twice? Ghost of Dead Money. This is not an endorsement of the taste of John Smiths. No, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. Oh, I really wish she was all dressed up. It'd be so cute, wouldn't it be? It would be. It would be. Aloha mofos, aloha mofo, aloha mofo. You should dress her up as Coco Chanel in a really long cardi with a glass of champers. Maybe there's an idea. I break down sometimes, then I remember it's not my fault, it's yours. Good point, well made. Oh, let's bring the price action on the screen. Ooh, that's our $150 alien here. He's a scary fella. We're right in the Teletubby zone, by the way, as well, at the meantime. Right in the Teletubby zone of the $150 alien monster here. You know, remember they had those kind of tellies in their tummies or something like that. Was that what the deal was with Teletubbies? I can't remember. We're right in there anyway at the minute in the Teletubby zone. As you can see, just remove the drawings to make that a little bit clearer for you. So what we're hoping for here obviously is upward trajectory in this meantime, to say that we came down to fake out territory, and yes, it got a bit kind of brown trousers for a moment there, but we're all just continuing on with the overall upward trajectory. Overall, yes, that's what we want. Get it right up that $150 alien, but we're some ways away from doing that. We have to admit it is what it is until it is what it isn't, and right now it's, you know, not within this zone, it's within this zone, and that's like the conditions that we're in at the minute. So we'll leave the alien on there. $150 is the more important price point than this one though, so let's you're right in my Teletubby tummy. Right. Jen Campbell, interested in PTPI. What do you think about it short term? Right, let's get away from our Teletubby pal then for just now. Come back and check on the Teletubby situation in a second. PT, so PTPI. What does this company do? Petros Pharmaceuticals Inc. on NASDAQ. Ooh, so could this be toppy, or could this be continuation-y at the moment with this one? Feck me, I'm actually freezing cold right now. Are you freezing cold in here? Yeah. Just don't mind the audio quality if it gets hampered a bit when it's like freaking actually dying at temperature. You know where the controller my bob thing is for it? Anyway, oh, I've got it. Thanks. Thanks for your moral support. Looking for that there during that moment of it being right under my nose and me just needing to ask. You know how it is. Sometimes you just got to get the question out your system, or whatever. Right. So here's the chart. This is right. This is the 1 minute chart. That's not going to give us a broad look at things. Let's broaden it out here. This is the weekly time frame. So this has been down, it's come up, and it's currently lower than we were last time. So we've had the opportunity to, you know, last week put in a higher high, or you know, a high kind of higher over here than this one on the weekly, and didn't quite do it. But this movement here, you know, really volatile in this, but we did fill in the gap, don't have that island on the chart. So I suppose, like, you know, we're knocking there, volumes come in. This thing was, you know, this is maybe the start of this thing's kind of career on that front. So we'll just jump down a bit there. It's not massively old, it's been around since last year just. So there's that volume kind of showing us big drop down, moving up. So we didn't take that huge amounts of volume to kind of push the prices down to then do it again, which kind of like nicely kind of bodes well for just kind of, you know, manipulation, if you like, to say that things could be, you know, getting a little bit pushy towards the top side, and we get a little bit of froth in the markets, a bit of froth that might carry us up just another chunk again. Could that happen? And then maybe we get a change of conditions on the broader term picture. So if you are looking for this to kind of turn around longer term, so sorry Jen, I know you said what's the picture short term, but it's always nice to get a flavor for the bigger picture, right? So we're building down, you know, instead of building up to, if you excuse the pun, towards the smaller picture. Like this could be something that's going on the broader term in terms of like these weekly closes, etc. You could be seeing this if you think about it in terms of the schedule of the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of the life cycle of a stock. And if you've got the charts are doing this sort of thing here, then you got this, you know, by the time it gets around to Friday, you're seeing these closes which are quite a bit lower than the highs during the week. Something to bear in mind during any phases of upward price action where you're looking and thinking, great, this is great on a Wednesday, or you know, not necessarily, I mean, this is speculative, who knows, this could have happened all on Mondays or even on Fridays, who knows, like that's besides the point. I'm just kind of saying this as a general kind of point, something to bear in mind, that in terms of short term, it's going to potentially be that there's that characteristic in the market operating over the period of weeks for us. So we're seeing we're actually a couple of weeks really, and that's I suppose with the rejection last week, and then the continuation or we're actually trading within the range of last week's prices for the most part, but the slight continuation towards the downside here on the daily, the 4-hour time frame, showing us that we're getting that those sorts of moves. So we're, you know, somewhere in here, and then like this, you can see I moved this earlier on to account for that. This is just that's fairly sloppily moved back again if I'm going to be doing wick to wick on this time frame. But this gives you an idea of the potential range. So we could have a bit more kind of to go, as we can see here towards the downside, should we wish to do so, or we could be continuing up the way. This lower line here, not really lining up so much. As you can see, it's a bit mental because it's on the log chart there, and I'm moving that around quite rapidly, having drawn it in on a bigger time frame to begin with. You know, but that's nice. That worked for us. So you know, we could be looking at this type of thing. This nice candle here, nice volume to push us up from that low, so that's decent. So short term, if you think like, so then what does short term really mean? Does short term mean maybe you know, into next week? For where could we be from here to then? Could we get a really nice move from here to there? Could we? Is that possible? Yes, it is. Little kind of area to be aware of, right, is right in here. Let me just change this tool that I'm using to the rectangle tool so that it actually looks you know, sort of impressive, so to speak, when it goes to a lower time frame. So just to be aware of here that there's this potential for something to be taken note of. And then and just on this front, there's lines up there, so we've got Confluence. So I'll just draw this out to the right hand side so we get a good look at this as we're just putting on tools on top of tools on the chart. These sorts of things I'm doing are explained in the course, etc. You know, piecemeal over the period of number of weeks. You'll learn all about this sort of stuff, of course, but this is a degree of where it comes into experience. To explain what's going on so far, I'd only have to explain what a wedge is from a pattern basis, what a Fibonacci retracement tool is for, and why I'd have drawn in this particular little box between these two lines before I did any of these measurements for you to you know, and using different examples. And it's actually the ability to put these three simple things together to derive this kind of layout that is the difference between, you know, a beginner who understands many simple concepts of technical analysis and mastery, I suppose, where you're able to do the simple things well. And that's all we really kind of ever talk about. So it's always a learning thing, but this is what we're looking at just there, this idea, just this potential sort of little zone right there between those two. And could we get a bounce up the way would be the inflection area that you'd be looking to say, hey, this is how far we go and no further. Should that be the case, you know, it could happen, and that would be in at the price point of 376. So the prices at the minute are 327. So that's a solid 50 cents up from where we are now. That's a decent chunky move, and that's a nice. You know, it's easy to see, even given all where we've come from right now already, that's another 18% upside potential for us. So you would expect there to be profit taken coming there. Now this is off the back of what is this that's able to kind of say that, and this boils down to just this kind of little section just here in terms of the what's happening. So just like make this pinky color so we can see the bit that I'm talking about when we go back in to look. So it's just what's happening in here is what's going to determine, in terms of my short-term point of view, look at this one, Jen. Okay, so that's the 4 hour time frame, going through the 1 hour time frame on our way to the actually kind of, you know, much smaller ones. You can see that we're in at this zone here, which is in the middle of the Ichimoku Cloud, and that's, you know, that's worth bearing in mind. We have seen this volume that we're talking about that brought us up here actually kind of spread over a few candles where it's got pushing up the way. It's kind of a little bit extended looking, but it certainly is better than a candle that went up in 1 hour and then down for the rest of the time, in that sense that while some of the momentum is diminished, it's been momentum throughout this that's taken us here, as opposed to one single surge of momentum that carried us back down the way. Be interesting to see at this point, you know, how we're looking in terms of the RSI, and this momentum that's carried us up with that little bit of extension leaves you with a bit of hidden bearish divergence potential with this high here should we fail at that point. So it's worth bearing in mind then how important the top end of that pink zone could really be in terms of continuation for us, and here when we look as well, and bear in mind that there's an extra point of confluence with this previous high right here. So let's continue this on down the way, get into these real short-term points of view. Jen, we have to acknowledge that the flash is showing us here that 180 could be something that we visit in the future on this asset. It has to be acknowledged that that is where we could see prices go to. This goes back to this idea, you know how I moved the line, the lower line. I moved that lower line earlier on, and it matches, and it's as if to say, well, if this is the positivity for now and we get continuation, then this is the correct place. I'll just draw a second one in here to kind of show, you know, perhaps how maybe this has got something else going on, and if this is like this, more like this line to take us down there, then we can see this matches more closely with that top end of that, which means that this would be taking us into fake out territory of this wedge on a downside move. So to bear in mind then that this is fake out territory, as we've talked about quite a few number of times here down here. Maybe considering that if we, you know, yeah, let's just talk about it from that point of view with regards to the fake out territory, and then the potential for what was a wedge to evolve into a parallel channel and cross those bridges at the time should they need to become crossed over with regards to how that potential could play out for us as we continue to, you know, because we are here at a high, which is a previous high at this area. So let's zoom on in here and see what the area was. In fact, I'll use the zoom in function, just leaving it on the 15 minutes to kind of show the detail that we're going to be, which we could explore in more detail on lower time frames even still at this point. This is the pink box that we were talking about here, and as you can see, it lines up with this green line at the top and as well another green line down below, and those are two Fibonacci points, and those Fibonacci points are indeed the 50 and the 382. If I were to draw in another Fibonacci, then go and retracing this the other way in the move up to this 50 area, then the 236 is going to be lining up with this area, and we can kind of get confirmation on that in a second when we come back to it. But this, taking out this lower zone, validates us for moves down towards where we're liable to see a 618 coming in at down below for any sort of movements down the way, or indeed for continuation past what is obviously at this stage not necessarily the lower low in, or the higher low in this section, where this is the previous low in here, and you're looking to ask questions about, is this really the low, which is what I mean whenever I say parallel channel instead, because this wouldn't be the low, this would be the higher low, you know. So that's the question, that's what we're trying to establish, and the risk management on it comes in at these two levels, dead easy for us, because we have the confluence of our previous high and we have the Fibonacci levels. Let's just confirm in terms of the Fibonacci levels from that low to the high in terms of where this was drawn in from. So this was drawn in from this low over here up the way, and you can see, if I just extend this a bit over to the right, that you've got the 236 here lining up with this 382. So the expression of this move at the minute, where this pink box is the consolidation which is happening between the you know, the top that we've got to so far and the reasonable area to start looking for validation of a Fibonacci if we were looking for one of them. And then you could be looking down towards roughly in this zone, for example, where you have the 236, where I suggested you could be having the 618 of the other Fibonacci, right? So if you're looking for an interim case of where in terms of, you know, or an obviously a better entry than here would be for ultimate targets towards the top side, and if we do move outside of this zone but things happened in here, this is the price point that could be at. That could be at 248, 244. Obviously at $3, that's a significant move away from where we are now, considering that is 60 cents, and that would be 20% movements down the way. So there's plenty of scope here to trade this, given the conditions as they're happening at a time. So what you're looking for is, of course, is to have these movements happen beyond these zones with momentum, etc. If we are looking up towards that blue zone where I was talking about before, you'll notice that this actually happens to coincide with a gap, which is the thing that I was talking about before. That was the kind of the hidden message there of why this blue box was drawn in, and it's happily lines up with our 618 golden pockets, my preciouses, on here as well. So that'll be your next target towards the top side, and to get an extra double confirmation on that one, if we're looking roughly between the highs and lows that we've had in this range so far towards the 1618 Fibonacci extension, then that lines up perfectly as well. So that would be my current short-term target with continuation, should that be the case. And this is a bull flag with movements beyond 330, looking for movements to 375, with movements down below 285 for movements to 240, with the potential for us to go and explore fake out territory down below. Carney down below is 138 for this thing to form into an overall parallel channel. Continuation past the 1618 at the golden pocket zone to take us past our previous high, change market conditions structurally, bring up the RSI to a point where we're actually, you know, already confirmed in the bullish zone, but going on for higher highs, and able to go on to explore the higher range of this range, edges of this range, looking for the filling of the sort of the fleshing out of this previous the supply line for the targets towards the top side, aiming perhaps in anywhere up between and beyond $5, accepting the greed of the situation that exists in that top area, because obviously, you know, we're getting a little bit like, oh my goodness, with our position, which has gone from $3 to $5 and moved up at this point. If it had done that with whatever's left of 60%, and trying to consider to yourself, well, you know, I'm looking for another 18% on top, well, sure, you could get it, but you want to consider how you're going to manage there's risk around that zone, given the risk potential of that is significantly greater than the preceding 60% move towards the top side, managing it along the way, taking profits if that's the case. I'm not a financial advisor, none of this is financial advice, but I can't honestly think beyond this as to how else you would really want to look at this on a short-term basis. There has been things that have been missing from the technical analysis, which are maybe perhaps beyond the scope of what we need to talk about. Looking out for things like hidden bearish divergence on the MACD should be retraced from that zone, and of course how this could function with the DMI here if we do actually come down and cross over at the diminishment of the ADX at the golden pocket, if that happens there. Looking for that, if that happens there at that time, to see, you know, right, cool, excellent. That's about as comprehensive as you're probably likely to possibly want. If it's too much, then I don't know, but there you go. Interest in this, what do you think about it in the short term? And that should answer all types of traders' needs. I hope there's something that's educational in there. And then when you invest in a real trading course, Rock Outcrop and TraceOne, and you change your future, that's cool chat that was in there earlier on. Let's see if there's any other chatter from people. Jesus, funny name. Hi, thank you. I love that. I'll give it a think over the weekend. You guys have opened my eyes to the psychology and attitude while training. Feel well interested in diving deeper. Only problem is TraceOne will likely put the price up. Do you know what? People actually talk about this from the point of view of feeling interested in diving deeper. And it's like, actually, you know, you should really be thinking as well along the lines of whether or not you're interested in testing yourself in terms of your own getting appropriate, deliberate practice towards actually developing as a trader. You know, people are liable to tread water, and it'd be a deliberate act on your point of view to decide to learn and engage with charts and the course. The people who do the course will get as much out of it as they put into it, and that is that's the deeper dive for you. Really, the type of things I talk about on my show are beyond the scope of the course, because this is, like I say, this is just like, that's just, I mean, this is serious. What I just did there was quite incredible, you know. So anyway, right, it's time for me to tune out soon. I'm not now, but it's for me to start thinking about it. So get your chitter chatters in there. If you're looking for me to do TA on any particular stock, etc., get it in there. Let me know what you're thinking. Get the chitter chatter on the go, and we can start considering when we'll wrap up the show. Because so get your chitter chatter in and see how you're getting on. I want to know how you're doing, what you're trading at the minute, what you're looking at for the day, what you're looking at on the end of the day. We can we can do all that sort of stuff. So let me know what you're thinking, and we can chat it through. When everyone's rich, call me. I can tell you what not to do, says Bulldog Buchanan. Good one, excellent stuff. We need to have that to know. It's funny, but you don't realize how much you've learned until you check out some other YouTube TA and think to yourself, this person has no fucking clue what they're talking about. Well, there you have it, sauced. That's what I mean. I mean, this doesn't happen elsewhere, really, to be honest with you. Holy Moses, I caught Rocky live. Wait, Kimmy, yo, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Brady Pearl, I profited $100 in my first trade, but then I realized just how lucky I got and decided to watch and listen and learn. Excellent stuff. If I can quit my work someday because stocks produce, I plan to go off grid. I might sleep for a month. Man, sounds like you deserve it. I am now finally getting in there. Got my moon plays for show and learning from real experience. Excellent stuff. Cheers. People saying hi to each other. But I've learned how to manage a bit of risk. That's excellent. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. I've learned how to be even more disassociated. That's funny. Dissociative personality disorder is my favorite mental illness. Wait, well, if it's on the menu, then that's what Sauce is choosing. Brady Pearl, when you make it a lot and lose a lot, all you have left is advice. I love learning from others. Mistakes doesn't hurt near as bad. That's some lovely sage comments from Amanda there. Rocky Outcrop is being, you're asking me here, Brady. So basically the GME pendant simply widened, eh? Alright, okay, yeah, essentially you could say that. You could say that essentially, right? Are folks still, oh wait, I missed one. It's past 7 p.m. Yeah, gotta go soon, right? But this is the chat about this thing, so we can talk about it. Here's Jen with a feedback for me there. That's cool. So Sauce Food Cart gets it, lol, excellent. Are folks still playing Aether? Looked possible move 560, 520 soon. Haven't been making best calls recently. Hopefully some eyeballs will help. Wow, Rocky Outcrop, this is just amazingly helpful analysis. You're entirely too generous. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing your insight today, Brady. How can play out in these market times? Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, we have made it to the end of the show at this point. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I'll do the reverse roll call. Good to see you, Kimmy. Good to see you, Brady. Good to see you, Misk, Jen, and all you good people. I've been reading through the chat there, so I've kind of given you wee shout outs recently. Vic Vince, Manifest Density, and all the rest of it. TLS with that extra chitter chatter interaction there is a good laugh. What did we want to bring up here? What was I looking for? Oh, yeah, the Streamlabs guy. Here it is. And Jen, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. That guy, thanks. Part-time player, Elon Musk. Apple Blossom, thank you so much as well. Anonymous again there. Elon Musk earlier as well. Thanks for the new Patreon, and thanks for that tip, Corey and KP. Yep, great stuff, excellent stuff. New members recently, or else updates on the old membership. It's good to see you all in there. I've been Rocky Outcrop. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch you